Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm hoping I'm live and everything is working properly. Let me just make sure here. Pop out activity feed and chat. I think we're good to go. But I'm not seeing any activity on YouTube yet, though I did go live this time. 1 second. Just going to refresh YouTube and make sure everything is good to go. Yes, we are good. Okay, perfect. All right, well, let's talk about what we're going to hit, shall we? I was going to look at Nick Fuentes, possibly Flashpoint. We will see what these people are up to. Whoop. Miki stepped on my my keyboard last night and sent messages to people. I'm coming to find. Okay, let's see here. What are we going to hit? Rumble.com. What's this?
Service and even FBI, I had to requalify with my gun like anyone else. Here's my training compared to if you're listening on Apple, Spotify. I'm making the little. I forget about it. I can't even fit it on camera. It's not even close. It's not even close.
This is Dan Bongino. I guess he's back to his stupid podcast again.
I've seen that look. Contrasts. That's us. That'll always be us. And that's why we need to always stay unified as a country, because there are real threats out there. That allegation of basically a counterintelligence case with this American who was allegedly training Chinese pilots on their advanced fighter platforms. This is just a small piece of a massive threat to the United States.
In my opinion, I think that Dan Bongino took his position very seriously as deputy director of the FBI and tried to be genuinely unbiased and realized how much corruption and fucked up shit there is going on in the FBI on behalf of Donald Trump, and that's why he quit. I don't know. It just seems like that to me. Kind of crazy when you think about it, that he quit. When he had the world by the twig and berries. All right, let's check out Fuentes. Videos? No. Live? State of the Union. Trump crushes State of the Union? Democrats annihilated by Trump? Are you kidding me with this? That's really stupid. Tucker exposes Huckabee. Let's see. Well, I don't know why he literally streams for 2 hours before actually getting on there. Let me download this with with Briefcase. All right, let's watch this and see what he has to say here. This is, hang on. All right, this is Nick Fuentes talking about Tucker Carlson's viral moment with Mike Huckabee. About Zionism and all that stuff. Let's listen to what Fuentes said about it here.
Is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Monday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story tonight, we're going to be talking all about Tucker Carlson's interview with Mike Huckabee. Have you guys seen this?
We watched it previously on this channel, so if you want to see the whole thing, I covered all of it. It's on here.
Should say, did you see it before it was taken down? And we'll get into that a little bit, actually. It seems that the original interview was actually removed because Tucker Carlson made potentially a libelous allegation against the president of Israel, said that he was on Epstein Island. He, in fact, was not.
Is that real? I mean, I don't trust a word out of Nick Fuentes' mouth, but he's the last person to defend Israel. That's interesting. Hang on, I got to go grab something. I'm going to let it play. 1 second.
Or at least he claims he wasn't. So they actually wound up having to pull it. But in any case, there was a huge interview. We may get into that later in the show. I don't think it's that important. We're going to be talking all about this wide-ranging interview between the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Tucker Carlson. Some very interesting stuff. And obviously it was a bombshell. The biggest aspect of it that I want to get into tonight is about this claim regarding Greater Israel. And I got to give credit where it's due. You know I'm not Tucker's biggest fan, and we have kind of a feud going lately. But I will say...
Okay, sorry. Just had to grab that. Now let's continue. Step back. Oop. Step back just a minute.
We're going to be talking all about this wide-ranging interview between the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Tucker Carlson. Some very interesting stuff. And obviously it was a bombshell. The biggest aspect of it that I want to get into tonight is about this claim regarding Greater Israel. And I got to give credit where it's due. You know I'm not Tucker's biggest fan, and we have kind of a feud going lately.
I mean, he should be groveling at Tucker's feet for allowing him on Tucker's podcast to talk about his white nationalist garbage.
But I will say, the biggest single aspect of this interview is that it exposed, I think explicitly, maybe for the first time, the Greater Israel Project. And to his credit, Tucker flipped this whole narrative about Israel's right to exist on its head. And it's something actually that we've discussed on this show at great length. Whenever you talk about Israel, whenever you talk about Palestine, the war with Iran, any of this stuff, and specifically whenever anybody criticizes Israel, you get hit with this question. People say, well, does Israel have a right to exist? And then that's typically followed by, well, if Israel has a right to exist, does it have the right to defend itself? And that's typically followed by, therefore, Israel can do whatever it wants. They can genocide people, kill civilians, preemptive strikes, you name it.
Not that Nick Fuentes has a problem with genociding people. He absolutely doesn't. In fact, he wants that. It's Israel that's the problem in the equation, not the genocide part.
And we've talked about that actually specifically on the show last week. What was amazing in this interview is that Tucker actually got to the center of that question, Israel's right to exist. And where does that actually come from? And the answer was very interesting. Mike Huckabee had a two-part answer. He said, in the first place, there's international law, which makes sense. Modern countries and borders and states are established by international agreements, peace agreements after wars, diplomatic conventions. But the big one, and this is what makes Israel unique, Israel's right to exist, they claim, derives from the Bible. There is a God-given right for Israel, according to the Jews.
Right, that was the bottom line. At the end of the day, that's what Huckabee was arguing.
According to the modern-day Zionists. What's interesting, though, about that claim and about that God-given legal right to exist is that it isn't just for the modern territory that Israel controls. It's actually for like the entire Middle East. It's for half of Egypt. It's for the Sinai. It's for some of Saudi Arabia, some of Iraq, all of Jordan. I think all of Lebanon, or most of it, right up through into central Syria. And so what's very interesting in the interview is Tucker said, okay, well, if Israel has this right to exist, and where does that right come from? If it comes from the Bible, then who is to say that Israel doesn't have a claim to the whole territory, to the whole Middle East? Mike Huckabee's answer was even more interesting. He said, well, they do have a right to it. As a matter of fact, Israel has a right to everything west of the Jordan River, so that's modern-day Israel and the occupied territories of Palestine. But also, Huckabee seemed to be saying they also have a right to the rest. And the rest is, like I said, all those countries. That's like most of the modern Middle East.
Actually, I watched it, and I got the impression that Huckabee was dodging. He feels that way, but he didn't want to come out and say that openly.
Or something like half of it. And it seemed that very quickly he recognized the problem. He recognized the mistake he made, and he tried to walk it back and said, well, I don't think they're really going to do that.
Right. That's true.
And I don't think they're going to go for that. That's not really in the cards. But it doesn't change the fact that that is actually what a lot of Israelis believe. That's what the founders of the state of Israel believe. There's actually a whole ideology named after this. It's called revisionist Zionism. And they believe that Israel is everything west and east of the Jordan River, everything from the Nile to the Euphrates. And if that's the basis of Israel's statehood, this biblical claim, well, then this is an intellectual problem that Zionists have to deal with when they're defending Israel.
Yep, I agree. I am very opposed to Israel as the country as it is now. They should not exist as it is now. They should be forced to operate under a federal government with integrated militaries, as an independent state within a federal government, like West Virginia and New Jersey. We would have Gaza, Israel, and the West Bank, with a federal government over top of them that controls the military, not Israel.
Is to say that they don't have a claim and that they might not lay claim to it or pursue that claim in the future if it comes from the same place as this right to exist. So that was truly spectacular, and we'll talk about it tonight. This is drawn condemnation from almost all the countries in the Middle East: Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, the Arab League, Organization of the Islamic Conference. This has provoked now an international incident. So credit where it's due. I think Tucker did a phenomenal job, fantastic job. It wasn't, I don't think, as good as it could have been. I'm going to nitpick a little bit, but I do think that by itself is a massive victory and a very important development. It's a very important refinement in the conversation about Israel, because it's a question that needs to be answered. If Israel has this right to exist, what actually does that entail? What are they entitled to in terms of security guarantees, weapons, land, support, all of it? That's a question that needs to be answered by the pro-Israel camp. Now, here's the second thing we have to get into. And I think this was a serious mistake. I don't think this is nitpicking. And this is also having to do with the interview. During the interview, and this didn't provoke as much of a response, but I think it raises an eyebrow, because this is a narrative I see everywhere now, and I see it being promoted by some of the most prominent critics of Israel. During the same interview, Tucker raised the question of...
Sorry. I got a message. Hey, Owen, yesterday you used a web app with notes and markers in a video of Tucker and Huckabee. What web app was that? Not to toot my own horn. That was, who has two thumbs and wrote his own web app? This guy. It's mine. It's called Briefcase. I named it Briefcase. And, yeah, I was just basically... This is it right here. I was just downloading the video that we're watching now. What's this?
Yeah, I know. There are...
Oh. I got to disable the relationship that I created here. More info. Remove all relationships. Yeah, this is mine. And I intend to make it available. If you really want it, it's at owenmorgan.com/tools. I'm supposed to be charging for it, but you know, I haven't gotten around to that yet. Yes, this is the video that we're watching now. And at first, I find that makes a complete mess of everything if I don't cut out the extra audio. So let me just fix that. It starts right here. Let me just zoom in on this bad boy. Yeah, okay, it starts right here. Every time, this is like the duck lips that he's doing here, if you notice. Every single time he does this. I've noticed. It's weird. All right, export. Full episode. Export clip. Take me there. Clear, process all. All right, it's going to process the episode, but it's going to take a bit. So for now, I guess we'll continue watching on Rumble for this immediate moment.
And this is again related to the claim of Israel's right to exist. Tucker questioned whether the modern day people of Israel, those who claim to be the Jews, the same Jews with continuity going back to the Old Testament, and therefore that claim that was given to Abraham for all this land, Tucker questioned whether the modern day Jews are those same Jews. Are they the same people? Is the modern day state of Israel comprised of the same people with the same ancestors?
Problem with Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and everybody else is that they genuinely just fucking hate Jews. And there's no other, like, basis behind it. There's no other explanation or reason for this or whatever. They just fucking hate Jews. And you have to be careful, I find, with everything that they say, to make sure that you're not falling for some shit. You know, to make sure they're not, like, pulling one over on you or whatever. Because they do that a lot. They try to slip in completely illegitimate criticism with legitimate criticism.
The same patronage, or I should say, I don't know what the word would be for that, but you understand, they descend from those people. And then therefore, is this the same Israel? Is this actually the same kingdom they're seeking to establish from the Old Testament? And he said about this, and specifically regarding Bibi Netanyahu, he said that these people that have moved to Israel from Central and Eastern Europe, these so-called Ashkenazi Jews, he said they are from Poland. He said they're not from the Middle East. They're not Middle Easterners. And so the implication is maybe they're not the real Jews. Maybe they're not the real people of the book. Maybe they don't have actually a claim to the land. And this is a question which I see being raised not just by Tucker, but also by Candace Owens and Ron Unz.
Oh my God, Candace Owens. I mean, I don't think that... I'm pretty sure that Nick Fuentes does not like Candace Owens and even uses her name as a slur. Like, what in the Candace Owens is going on here? I guess that's not a slur. That's just making fun of her. But the point is, you know, these people are all vile. Like, all of these people that we're dealing with are evil in the things that they say and do and think and believe. You just have to be careful.
And by Alexander Dugin and
I don't know who that is.
many others in the Israel critical space. This is something you see and hear all the time. They say that Israel is not made up of real Jews. And by real Jews, again, they mean people that come from the Middle East. They mean the people of Abraham and Moses, the people that fled Egypt, the people that established the kingdom of Israel, that were expelled by the Roman Empire. There is this persistent narrative that those people are lost, and the people in Israel now are interlopers.
Like, I don't even think this. I'm sure that they have a connection that goes back to, like, original Judaism or whatever. But I don't believe in any of this stuff anyway. I don't believe that there was house of David necessarily. I think the evidence for this is paper thin. Possible, it's just paper thin. I think the Ashkenazi, the Mizrahi, and Sephardic groups have known each other. Are probably from the same original group of people who all practiced Judaism, if I had to guess. And they just all kind of spread out. The problem is that this is the basis for genocide at this immediate moment. This is the basis for like the claim that they own this entire region. And I think that's wrong.
And how exactly they came to identify as Jews, that's a matter of contention. And some say they are Khazarians.
No, please, dude. Now we're getting into the conspiracy theories. The Khazars, I believe, are some Jews that like they converted to Judaism thousands of years ago, and now they run like a mafia or whatever. It's just absurd garbage, obviously. It's conspiracy theory shit that you heard a lot with QAnon.
Khazarians are this Turkic steppe people from Central Asia that came to identify as Jewish during the Middle Ages. And they settled in Central and Eastern Europe. And this is from where the Ashkenazi Jews came. This is one of the ideas. Other people say maybe it has nothing to do with the Khazarians, but Ashkenazi Jews just aren't Jewish at all. And it's some kind of elaborate LARP. It's some kind of case of mistaken identity. And not only is this false, this is totally false. This is just...
Is he saying the Khazars are false? Interesting.
Scientifically disproven. There has been now a massive amount of literature created on this. There's been a lot of genetic testing and a lot of science. And there's a lot of data out there which show that Ashkenazi Jewish people have Levantine DNA. They do have the same DNA as people from the Middle East 2,500 years ago.
I don't think that's the case. There is no common Semitic lineage. They're not related to each other. The Semites are not, Semitism is not a common heritage. It's a language grouping. Do they have Levantine DNA? Like from the Levant? Let's find out. No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. Not that it really matters to me. That doesn't justify Israel doing the fucked up stuff they're doing right now. Hang on. Have been and that have Levantine Let's see what we can find out. Okay, Ashkenazi Jews do have significant Levantine or Middle Eastern ancestry. This is well established in population genetics. But the key question is, hang on, I'm just looking here. Just reading. Yep. I guess so. It looks like they do have Levantine, or like from the Levant, Levantine DNA. It's true.
So this has been debunked. This is not any theory which is supported by evidence. There's no intellectual rigor there. This is something that was invented about 100 years ago. And now that we have modern genetic testing, which is widespread, this has been thoroughly debunked. And not only is this false, but I think it's a very pernicious and harmful narrative. And I also question if there's a political motivation there. Because if the people in Israel are not the Jews, well, then what does that make them actually? I guess then they're just white people. And I really don't like the implication there because...
My God, dude, what is wrong with him? He is such a fucked up human being. This is what 4chan does to you. If you imbibe in 4chan as a 14-year-old, this is what happens. Let it be a warning to all young children. Don't get on 4chan or this will happen to you.
You hear this in a lot of left-wing circles. In a lot of left-wing, anti-Zionist, anti-racist circles, guys like Max Blumenthal and some of the other usual suspects, this narrative is very popular. And they say that what Israel really is a settler colonialist project by white people. If Netanyahu is just some Polish person, well, then he's just some white person from Europe who doesn't belong there. Then he's just another colonizer. He's just another white colonizer that is oppressing indigenous brown people. And you hear this, again, this is very common among the left. And
I've never heard this on the left before, ever. Anytime the subject of anti-Semitism pops up at all, on the left, it's usually to condemn it. I've never heard somebody on the left say that they're white colonizers. Has anybody ever heard that before from any of their left-wing friends? People, Israel, her. Hang on. I'm just trying to find the answer to this. Yeah, no, this is not some like core left-wing position. I've never heard this before in my life. And apparently there is some strain of anti-Zionist discourse on the left that says this, but it's extremely uncommon to come across this. Usually the people who conspiratorially like make shit up about Jews, usually those people are on the right, not the left. But okay.
Anti-racist, anti-Zionist circles, because this is part of their broader narrative, which is anti-white and anti-colonial. So they will say that Netanyahu is just another white supremacist who's
This is nonsense. Nobody is saying this, basically.
lost, just another white supremacist settler from Europe who doesn't belong in the Middle East. And not only does that then become an attack on white people, but it takes away from what Israel really is, which is Jewish supremacy. Netanyahu is a Jew. The Israelis are Jews. The Ashkenazim are Jews. The Zionist project is based on Jewish mythology. And the way in which they treat the native people is based on Jewish chauvinism, which is sourced from the Old Testament.
I agree with that. That's true. That's how it works. Doesn't matter. I'm Jewish because my mom had a bar mitzvah. Right. 100%. If people are Jewish by culture, then they're Jewish, right? The way I see it is Judaism is really more of a cultural religious experience or whatever. And it doesn't really get deeper than that. But when you start getting into, by the way, Cootmaster, for what it's worth, it looks like, there is like original Jewish DNA there. But either way, the only people that seem to care about whether it's like a genetic thing are extremists, like right-wing nutcases who are trying to determine if their real Jews or fake Jews, if they deserve to be here, there, or whatever. Those extremists, and also right-wing nationalists, Jewish people, seem to be obsessed with the DNA aspect of it as well. And their right to control this group or live in this place or whatever. That's my read on it.
It comes straight out of the Jewish Bible. It comes straight out of the Talmud. When the Hebrew Bible is telling them, genocide Amalek, kill the women, kill the children, kill everybody. And the Talmud says you have to spit on idolaters, kill idolaters, all that sort of stuff. And then in the modern state of Israel, they're murdering civilians, and Netanyahu says that's Amalek, Palestine is Amalek. Well, you can see there is a genetic lineage that goes back to Israel, and there is an intellectual lineage.
Okay. We're dealing with one of those extremists that's obsessed with Jews in one way or another, so buckle up. An intellectual lineage? What the fuck could that possibly mean? An intellectual lineage, okay?
That goes back to the Jews. So I don't like this. This is not true, and this is a deception. This is a false narrative, and I don't think that's innocent. I don't think that's a mistake. That's not an oopsie. So we'll talk more about that, but that'll be our big story for tonight. I was going to talk a little bit about the tariffs. We're probably not going to get into that because we have a ton of stuff to talk about. I do want to also talk a little bit about the war in Iran, which seems to be upcoming. We're not going to spend a ton of time on this tonight because we spent all week talking about Iran. There's really not much more to add right now. We'll talk a little bit about it at the beginning of the show, and then we'll spend the bulk of the time talking about this Tucker Huckabee interview because it's a big deal. But before we do
the Tuckerbee interview, if you will, that's how I prefer to refer to it. The Tuckerbee interview. Yes, we're going to talk about the Tuckerbee interview.
I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store at fuentes.store.
Okay, we're jumping forward. No, thank you, sir. It's got a giant, stupid fucking flag.
And I go, hey, good afternoon. So don't expect like you're going to get a different guy. Like if you send me a stupid super chat, I get mad. If you go in the group chat and you're annoying, I get mad. And honestly, it's crazy. It's actually crazy because I go into the group chat in the morning, afternoon, whatever. And I try not to spike my cortisol. I try to talk to you people. And I log in, I go, hey, good morning. What's going on, everybody? And then it's immediately dumbest shit you've ever heard, just one after the other. Today, I go in there, I go, hey, good morning, everybody. What's up? First comment, literally first comment, airplanes. That's
so stupid. Okay, I didn't realize. I didn't get the joke at first. My dad used to say stupid shit like that. That's pretty funny, actually. I appreciate that. He says airplanes. What's up, airplanes? That's funny, dude. I appreciate it.
Today, I go in there. I go, hey, good morning, everybody. What's up? First comment, literally first comment, airplanes. That's what's up.
That's good. I like that.
Airplanes. And it's stuff like that. It's almost just like, this is rage bait that AI could never recreate. It's like, it's just like, what do you even say to that? It's so not fun.
I'm definitely not in on the joke. What's up, airplanes? Airplanes are up in the sky. Airplanes are high up. He asked what's up, like, what's going on? How are you? And somebody interpreted it as what is up above us. And so they said airplanes. It's an old, stupid joke, but it's some shit my dad would have said, and I thought it was funny.
Funny, it's so not. It's just pure irritation. I don't even know how you would categorize that. It's just like verbal diarrhea. It's just pure goy slop, pure goy feed, straight from the goyim's mouth. That was literally the first. Like I'm drinking my morning coffee, I'm working myself up. Hey, good morning, everybody. First, dumbass, airplanes.
Hey, come on, man. I think it's funny. I appreciate it. This poor dude is getting just shredded. I know he's not listening, so, I don't care. I want his feelings to be hurt because he's a fucking neo-Nazi. But I appreciated the joke anyway. And also, it's a joke, right? Like, chill the fuck out. Why are you so pissed off over nothing? It's not that big of a deal, honestly. Thanks for sharing the work and download link. Happy to contribute any bugs. Cheers. Absolutely. Actually, I don't know if you use Mac or Windows. I don't have a version for Linux yet, but I think that, yes, I have. Let me just make sure the latest version is uploaded and updated. I'm pretty sure it is. But just in case, I'm going to upload the latest version. Mac, Intel Mac, and Windows for briefcase. Dist Electron. Here we are, yeah. They're uploading now, so if you re-download it in about 20 minutes, if you want to, the latest version will be up there. I made some changes to add like a time code to the full screen and things like that recently, so anyway. All right, let's continue. Whoop.
I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for the punchline, like...
That was the punchline. You too fucking stupid to get the joke? You're not smart enough?
Holy. I tried to, then I locked in, I swallowed my rage a little bit and I was able to have a normal conversation. But like, this is the level of the discourse. So it's a little bit painful at times, but we're working on it.
Come
so that's
on.
America First Plot.
Come on. That was funny. You got to give it to him. That's funny. That's some funny shit right there. Let me see if, full episode is done exporting. Let me just, let me open it. Yes, it finished. Perfect. How far in are we? We're at 2:20:18. 2:20, and it actually started at 2:02. So we're about 20 minutes in. Shit, I didn't, son of a bitch. I just realized that I didn't rebuild it for the Mac. Or maybe I did rebuild it. Yeah, I did rebuild it. I just forgot to reinstall it. All right, hang on. Just a second here. I'm working on it. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Cool. Let's just jump to 20 minutes. Yes, it's good. I did re-upload, or I just didn't install it on my computer. I forgot to. Let's see where this starts.
Who runs your government? That is who runs keeping over the term and get the fuck out of our city, ICE, and it's Tim Walz, and it's a bunch of rag. We are actually contribute anything more to that. So it's a very dynamic situation. It seems like there still is some negotiation occurring, or at least there's a dialogue, but not much has changed. We continue to see, again, massive deployment, massive mobilization, and all signs point toward there's going to be some kind of a military action. Again, the question is just timing, mode, and the goal. All that being said, I put this out on Twitter today, it's important to take a step back and really consider the entire situation. I like to say on the show all the time that everything is related to everything else. And I think about what this says about the Trump administration. Because at the same time that we have half of our Air Force in the Middle East, and we have 2 carrier strike groups, we have the Patriot missile batteries and the THAAD systems, and we're moving our military all over the place, pulling out of Syria, moving our troops out of Iraq. We are literally moving heaven and earth here. And the latest is that Trump is furious that our military capabilities are so limited. He wants
Okay, I haven't heard that.
to go in heavy and hard, and he wants to topple the government in a short amount of time with a massive use of force. And he's frustrated that it seems that we have a limited ability to do that. That however we go in, it's going to be a protracted conflict. There's going to be other additional elements that will have to come into play, like some kind of ground force. And
I appreciate that Nick Fuentes is opposed to the Iran war. I do not want a war with Iran. We're already fucking naming it. I don't want that. That would be bad. Very, very fucking bad. And, you know, Trump has like this obsession with putting his name all over everything. He wants to be unforgettable from history. And that's why we have to erase him from history completely. We have to tear down the ballroom and or rename it the Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom, one or the other. Or both. But this is one of the things he wants to do. He wanted to take Greenland because that would be irreversible. And he wants to take Iran because that's irreversible. I don't think Trump cares about how many people he needs to commit to this fight. I don't think he cares about how many people are going to die as the result of this war. I think he just wants to be remembered permanently. And that's why we need to reverse literally everything that he does. Everything. Every single fucking thing.
it's going to be very complicated. But you take...
We shouldn't erase him from history and what he did, but we should absolutely tear down the ballroom, give back Greenland if we try to take it, give reparations to Iran if we end up going to war with them. We need to reverse all the shit that he did. We cannot let that shit stand.
You take a step back and consider.
The thing is, he tried to do this stuff to be famous. We can't allow that to stand, you know?
It's going to be very complicated. But you take a step back and consider. At the same time that we have this Herculean effort to overthrow the government in Iran, think about what cannot be accomplished in the United States. We had 3,000 ICE agents and Border Patrol in Minneapolis. Think about this. How many National Guard did we ever deploy to any of the Democrat cities? I think we had 300 in Chicago at one point. We had a few hundred in Minneapolis. Couldn't even sustain that. So I said this on Twitter. At the same time that half of our armed forces is in the Middle East for yet another regime change war for Israel, we can't even deploy 5,000 National Guard and Border Patrol put together to liberate an American city. Minneapolis is controlled by Somali scammers.
No, it isn't, but okay.
Working with the Democrat Party machine in the city, working with the shithead radical left communists that are agitating in the streets. Hollywood, the media, they have control over Minneapolis.
You mean people are just living their lives in Minneapolis? And you don't think they should be allowed to just live their lives in Minneapolis, or what? You think they should be under military occupation? I don't understand.
Who runs one of the nicest states in the country with the best healthcare and education and government efficacy? Who runs that state? Well, it's Jacob Fry, who said, "Get the fuck out of our city, ICE." And it's
after they fucking murdered people, obviously.
Tim Walz. And it's a bunch of Africans that are Muslim that shouldn't even be here. and illegal immigrants and communists, like those idiots that got killed by ICE and Border Patrol. That's who runs America. That is a sampling of who runs our country. Who runs Chicago? This militant black communist, Brandon Johnson, and the gangbangers and the burglars and the carjackers and criminals. Who runs New York? Muslim socialist, the fucking homeless that are everywhere, that are in the subway, that are leaping over the turnstiles, won't pay the fare.
Please, dude. Look, he has no place to talk about New York City and what they're up to unless he lives there. I'm from New York City, from Manhattan. He has no clue what he's talking about right now.
Socialist, the fucking homeless that are everywhere, that are in the subway, that are leaping over the turnstiles, won't pay the fare. That's who runs.
It's just complete bullshit.
This is who runs America. This is who runs the United States. And for most of the country's population, that is who runs your government. That is who runs your economic center. Most of the population lives in these Democrat shitholes or near them in a big Democrat state controlled by a major Democrat city with a huge Democrat state government. And that's who's pulling the strings there. Liberal billionaires, city machine politics, these deadbeats that work for the Democrat Party, radical college students, Antifa, and the illegal immigrants, the foreigners. This is who runs America.
Sounds like an awesome fucking place to be. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Unfortunately, Trump, this complete piece of shit, is throwing his weight around and imposing his will on everybody around him.
This is where all the tax dollars go. Apparently, that is who controls the major cities. They have veto power over borders and immigration law. And you can't deploy 1,000 National Guard to even one of them. You can't deploy a few thousand Border Patrol and ICE to even one of them. Tried it. Sent the National Guard and ICE and Border Patrol to some of the cities, and what happened? They got bitched. They got resisted. They got shoved out, and ultimately they retreated and surrendered and said, you know what? You have it.
Yeah, why the fuck do you think that is? Because nobody fucking likes you, Nick Fuentes, or Donald Trump, or what they're up to, or what they want. Nobody likes that shit. Nobody wants it. Stay out. You have no place in the States.
That's what happened in LA with the riots. That's what happened in Chicago when people rioted outside the detention facility in Broadview. That's what happened in Minneapolis. So Trump tried to fight for regime change in our country, where maybe we would be able to walk the city streets at night safely.
Nobody lives in fear of walking the city streets at night in New York City, for example, the world's largest city, or one of them anyway. This is certainly, I think it's the biggest city in the United States, right? At least. I walk the streets at night all the time. My kid walked the streets, 14 years old, walking through New York City alone at night, and I had absolutely no fear that anything was going to happen. And nothing did. We lived there for 5 years. And, you know, she'd take the subway at night home. Nothing happened. Everything was perfectly fine. Never any issue whatsoever. It's a perfectly safe place to be. These cities are run really well by and large. It was getting worse financially because of Eric Adams, that dipshit. But by and large, de Blasio cleaned things up reasonably well. He generally didn't do much. De Blasio didn't. But things ran reasonably well under him and kind of coasted under Eric Adams, aside from all of the corruption. And things are only set to get better under Mamdani. So I don't even know what you're complaining about here. I wouldn't have gone to 125th Street at night, East 125th. I wouldn't have gone to 169th Street stop in Queens at night. Couple of spots that I would avoid. But overall, it's a perfectly safe place to be. I was on 125th Street East one time, which is Harlem. because I was going to pick up my car or whatever, move it. And out of nowhere, I heard a lightning strike. Boom! It was so loud. I thought it was gunshot, and I ducked. And everybody around me, like, ducked too. And they're like, oh, shit. It was pretty funny. Anyway, there's really nothing to be afraid of in New York City.
From criminals and vagabonds, where we could have borders, not be inundated with illegal immigrants, so we could fight corruption, not have all our tax dollars stolen by African Muslims that are here on TPS.
That's not happening.
That didn't work. And Trump gave up after a year. And I say that, by the way, as a resident of a suburb outside Chicago. And I had some expectation. I didn't vote, so I didn't have very high expectations that Trump might actually use our military and security and police power to restore order in America, in Chicago, in LA, in Minneapolis, in New York. And not just the law and order and the public transit, but also on the immigration front. You know, that we would actually have a country. But year in, we don't have it. At the same time, and this is really the gut punch, at the same time that we are being told by our America First president, no, we can't restore order in Chicago, too complicated. We can't restore order in Minneapolis. The protesters are too fierce. We have half of the fucking military in the Middle East again. Really?
Yes, exactly. Oh my God. There is a difference between fighting a foreign war and fighting a domestic war, though. They're definitely different.
How insane is that? Go and look at a globe, go on Google Maps, and look at how big the oceans are. How big is the Pacific Ocean? How big is the Atlantic Ocean? And we have half of our military on the other side of the planet, locked and loaded, getting ready for this huge undertaking, so expensive, so complicated, so risky, so unnecessary, to topple another government, you know, because like 10 wasn't enough.
Right, exactly. Oh my God, totally. By the by, I did an analysis here. So 2759.85. Let me just open this again and rename it. Greater Israel, biblical claims, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool. Hold on. 2759. There we are. I did an analysis of it in the interim.
So risky, so unnecessary, to topple another government, you know, because like 10 wasn't enough. Wasn't enough to do Iraq, Syria, Libya, Lebanon. None of this was enough. Egypt, twice. Afghanistan. Now we got to go into Iran for the benefit of Israel.
I think it's Iran.
What Israel wants, Israel gets. This has been their mission for 45 years. They have been pushing us to do this for the last quarter century. Think about how messed up that is and what they are willing to do. Get Minneapolis under control? Can't do it. Impossible. Too difficult. Tim Walz and Jacob Fry and Antifa? We got to draw this down. We're going to stick to deporting only the criminal illegals. This is too difficult.
Again, like they haven't even fully left Minnesota. They're still harassing people nonstop. They won't just let people live their fucking lives. But either way, a domestic war is different from a foreign war. You can't, like, when all of the citizenry is turned against you and you have trouble setting up shop, like, in a city and everything else, it's just not doable.
Oh, but the 1 million man Iranian Revolutionary Guard and military, country and 90 fucking million people on the other side of the planet? Well, it's going to be tough, but no one ever said it would be easy. What? How can anybody claim at this point, seriously, that this administration is America first? I just don't even know how you could say that with a straight face.
Right?
And I see it on the timeline all day long because I'm complaining about this. I've been talking about this on my show, on Twitter. I say, look, MAGA is dead. It's over. This was supposed to be a movement for the forgotten men and women. We got forgotten. It was supposed to be about putting America first and redirecting our attention inward towards our problems as citizens rather than outwardly towards the world's problems and other countries' problems. Obviously, that's not the case.
So I just looked it up out of curiosity because Yargenchi says that Iran or Iran are proper pronunciations, either one. It looks like Iranians pronounce it Iran. So that's a correct way, but Iran is an Anglicization common in American English. Kind of like how technically, like, the word Neanderthal is pronounced Neanderthal because Germans don't have a TH sound. And Neanderthal is the English Anglicization or whatever. I say Neanderthal, actually. Knowing a bit of German, I still use Neanderthal. Or the Thule Society is actually the Tula Society, not the Thule Society. Because, again, they don't have the TH sound. So, all right. I guess it can be pronounced Iran or Iran.
All you need to do is look at what is happening here. Leaving Minneapolis, deploying to the Persian Gulf. Couldn't hack it fighting Antifa, fighting that nurse and the lesbian poet. You know, that was too dangerous. But we're over there fighting Iran's million-man army. All you need to do is look at what's happening.
Well, war usually raises popularity, and domestic war, I guess you could say, usually lowers popularity. You're fighting the people that are supposed to be voting for you. So if you're fighting somebody else who isn't supposed to be voting for you, and you're telling, you know, the people who are supposed to be voting that it's going very, very well, even if it isn't, then you're less likely to kind of lose credibility or likability or whatever. And as we know, the Trump administration is susceptible to public polling or public perception or whatever. Public pressure, that's the word I was looking for. They are susceptible to public pressure. They are not immune to public pressure, put it that way. That's probably why they want to fight in a foreign war rather than a domestic one.
And yet you have Trump's biggest defenders on Twitter every day saying, don't black pill. If you're not on board with this, well, you're not serious. Grow up. That's not how politics works. Tell me then, please, how politics works. I'm waiting for Trump's biggest defenders, for J.D. Vance's biggest defenders. Tell me how politics works. At what point do we get what we want? We voted for law and order and borders how many times since 2016? Voted for that in 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. We're coming up on 26. When do we get it? When is that even a priority? When are they even going to try? I'm really unhappy with what we're getting. I'm growing impatient. You tell me now I'm not serious. I just don't know how it works. I need to grow up.
Well, like I said, I mean, fighting in a domestic war is less popular than in a foreign war, and we know Trump is susceptible to, like, public pressure. That's why this is happening. The fact is, what Nick Fuentes wants is going to lead to massive backlash. Like, it's going to destroy our economy, put it that way. Nick Fuentes wants to remove 20 million people from our economy. That's going to lead to massive economic shrinkage. Almost as bad as if, like, we got in the pool or whatever. It's bad. He knows that. But he doesn't care. He wants Trump to do it anyway. he just doesn't understand how much Trump loves attention. Trump was never your man for this.
We can't just burn it all down. Okay, well, you tell me, at what point do we liberate the country? At what point do we stop liberating the Middle East and we start liberating us? We're talking about Iranian protesters and Iranians' aspirations for freedom and Iran. And okay, what about Minnesota? What about New York? What about Illinois? What about California? Can we liberate this? And they say, well, we can't do that. Surely it's possible. Surely. If you could kidnap Maduro, if you could go into Iran and bomb Fordo with a 50,000-pound bomb, if we could have half of our Air Force over there, surely we could handle Minneapolis and St. Paul. It's not even that big of a city. Like, that's a start. You know, how many Somalians even live there? Like 90,000? Seriously? So how many are in the Revolutionary Guard? 500,000? You can't deport 90,000 Somalis that are just idiots. They're just like disorganized idiots. They got bows and arrows. They don't even have a legal right to be here.
Wait, who's he talking about? I'm sorry, one more time?
In the Revolutionary Guard, 500,000? You can't deport 90,000 Somalis that are just idiots. They're just like disorganized idiots. They got bows and arrows.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. Like, Somalis are not idiots.
They don't even have a legal right to be here. Can't do
Most of them do.
it. You know, they're setting up an autonomous zone. Renee Good, the lesbian, and the other guy, the male nurse, they're setting up a autonomous zone with a couple of garbage cans.
What are you talking about? Nobody set up an autonomous zone.
In the intersection. Oh my, no, we can't send ICE in there. Too dangerous. Yeah, but let's go and fight the whole Middle East. Again, let's go and fight Hezbollah, the Houthis, the PMF, IRGC.
Wait. I thought that it was pronounced the Houthis. According to Mike Huckabee yesterday, he said it's the Houthis, like the Houthi and the Blowfish or whatever. That's how he was saying it. Is that right?
The Ayatollah, they're not even trying. You know, they're just not even trying to make the case anymore. And that's when I say I'm out. I'm for America first. No regime change in Iran. Let Israel figure it out. Let them fight their own war. Let's figure out what's going on over here. We should not even be thinking about the Middle East until there are 0 Haitians in Springfield, 0 Somalis in Minneapolis, 0 Venezuelans in Houston.
And he's not saying undocumented. He's saying 0 Venezuelans. He just doesn't want Venezuelans or whoever to be here. He doesn't like them. It's so fucking disturbing, dude.
That we can figure out, you know, everybody else's issues. We have the situation in Mexico. The whole country just blew up, cartel violence. We have our hands full over here. So, like I said, I don't really have too much to add in terms of predicting the outcome here. We don't have a ton of new information. And we spent all week breaking down the force posture over there and what that indicates about where it's headed. But at what point do the middle American radicals that served as the base for Trump's movement, at what point do we wake up and realize we are being screwed? We are not getting what we wanted.
You are being screwed by not being allowed to screw others. You're being screwed by not being allowed to hurt other people, to take their rights away. That's you being screwed. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? How do these people come to the conclusions that they come to? It is absolutely fucking insane.
And we have to get up and say that loudly. We have to let them know. Who? The GOP. Let the Republican Party know. I'm a voter. I'm a registered Republican. I'm not me in particular, but you. I'm a registered Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm a white male. I'm a Christian. Maybe I voted for Trump once, twice, 3 times in the past. This is bullshit. This is not what we were promised. We've been fighting this battle for 10 years now, and we still don't have a border wall. We have more illegals here now than we did 10 years ago. That's insane.
Yeah, okay, I suppose we do, but who fucking cares? Why do you care? I don't understand. Why does any of this matter to you?
If anything, the cities are worse after the summer of love.
They really are not worse. The cities are perfectly fine. Again, like I said this before, but New York City is a perfectly safe place to be. I lived there for 5 years, just recently moved out. I don't want to hear it. It's completely full of shit.
With George Floyd, cost of living, it's all worse.
The cost of living is bad. Absolutely. Housing and everything is insane.
At what point are people going to take their own side, stand up and say, I'm not getting what I voted for. I'm not voting again. You didn't earn my vote. Sorry. You sold me something in 2024. You didn't deliver it. I'm not coming out in 2026.
He thinks that's going to be the message when people don't vote in 2026. He thinks that the message is going to be Republicans aren't extreme enough. You poor dumb fool. You should know by now that the message when Republicans inevitably absolutely lose is going to be Democrats are very, very unhappy with what you've done. And you are all fucked. Have you guys seen the Texas numbers? Like the Texas, what do you call it? Like Texas, God, what's the word? Primary numbers. Have you seen the Texas primary numbers? It's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm trying to, God, I could not hit this dude for the life of me. Basically, I'm going to explain it without looking it up because I don't feel like looking it up right now. Texas early voting in primaries usually has about 70% Republicans to 30% Democrats. So if 70,000 Republicans vote in the primary, about 30,000 Democrats vote in the primary. That's generally, or like early voting in the primary. Generally the split. 70,000 to 30,000. Well, guess what? Early voting is happening right now, and I'm not sure where it is at this immediate moment, but I checked it just the other day, so I'm not sure how far along it's come since then. But as of last I checked, 400,000 Republicans had voted in the primary. 500,000 Democrats had early voted in the primary. So we are outnumbering by, like, we shouldn't even be coming close. It should be a 70-30 split. Instead, it's a 60-40 the other direction. I think Texas is going to go blue, in all seriousness. Fully fucking blue. The old models do not apply anymore. And there is some Republican apathy. Like, some of them have chosen not to vote. But over anything else, basically twice as many Democrats are now voting. Double what it was before.
Now, you can figure out what to do after that loss. GOP has to get obliterated in 26. They have to be annihilated. You got to send them a message.
They're going to be. And it's not going to be because you said you have to send them a message. It's going to be because Democrats are coming out to vote in numbers never, ever seen before, to a degree that the old models just don't apply.
I saw somebody say recently, they said...
And you know what? I'm sorry, one more thing. And here's one of the other factors in this. When they gerrymander, they increase the number of seats for Republicans at the expense of making them closer races. I'm not sure. Hang on. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that Texas successfully gerrymandered. But yes, it went through. It did, yeah. Something that Texas did not account for, apparently, is that Democrats are coming out. They are actually the silent majority, as it turns out. They're coming out in droves. I think Texas fucked itself with the gerrymandering. I think that shit backfired egregiously. Wait and see what happens. Do Jimmy and Matt have any predictions yet on the midterms in Texas? I'm not sure if they do. I haven't heard. But there's this thing called, wait, where did my... Holy heckers, I have so much stuff open. All right, here we go. Something called 270towin.com. I don't know if you guys have been here before. It's really cool, but it's an interactive map that you can like click around and look at and everything. In my opinion, just about all of these are going to go blue. Practically everything. We are going to see a wave of blue that we haven't seen in this country maybe ever. Senate. Yeah, here we are. This is what I was looking for, the Senate map. Reset map. I suspect that nearly everything here is going to turn blue. We might even have a supermajority. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
A message. I saw somebody say recently, they said, the GOP is not going to be hurt if you don't vote and they lose their majority. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. And we need to send them home. Send them home, hurt the GOP, and let them know in 2028, we need a regime change in the Republican Party.
Yeah, they're fucked. Republican Party is completely and totally fucked.
That's the only thing that's going to work for us. I'm not voting. I'm not working for the GOP if this is the outcome. And I say that. I'm a real human being, okay? I'm a real 27-year-old male, paying taxes, white guy, very conservative, partially Hispanic, okay? Full disclosure. Living in Cook County, okay? I'm an American. I'm a constituent. I'm a citizen. And life has not gotten better for me in the past 10 years.
Oh, bull fucking shit, dude. You're a millionaire now. I don't want to hear it. Life hasn't gotten better for you. Please. Like, you're on the top of the fucking world right now. What are you talking about?
There is not any more law and order. Economy's not better. There's still tons of illegals. I am not satisfied. I'm not happy, and I should be. Democrats get elected, and look at what they do for their people. That's all you need to know. Democrats get elected, and they say, how are we going to make healthcare more affordable for our voters? I know. Let's make the Republicans pay for it. Hey,
no, that's not what happens. But okay, whatever.
Why not, right? That's what Democrats do for their people. Democrats say, we're just going to forgive your student loans.
I mean, look, it's a crisis. There's an affordability problem. There's a reason that they do this stuff. It's not just because they don't want to pay for stuff anymore or whatever. He has to know this, right?
All these college students and young people that voted for us, yeah, we're just going to eliminate their debt.
That's not what's happening, but okay.
Is that good for the country? Probably not. I don't know. But they do things for their voters. They get elected on affordability, things like that. They say, we're going to make healthcare affordable. We're going to wipe out your loans. We're going to create reparations for blacks.
But nobody has, that's not even being floated. That's not even something that's being discussed. What are you talking about? This is not something that we're moving toward.
We're going to allow your immigrant relatives or your foreigner relatives to come in under chain migration.
Yeah, chain migration is like a right-wing conservative neo-Nazi term where they bitch about this. This is a completely fabricated problem. Setting aside the fact that immigration is good for a country, it raises a GDP, it makes a country more powerful economically and otherwise. Chain migration, quote unquote, is not a problem that exists in the real world.
We're actually going to tangibly do things for you. Again, I'm not a Democrat. I think that's ruining the country. It's not sustainable long term. But that's just like a taste of what it is to vote for your own interest. And over here on the GOP side, we make excuses for why we're getting screwed royally. They're selling us a war with Iran while they're telling us we can't deport people. Can't deport 1 million people. You're out of luck. Go to war with Iran? By any means necessary, Netanyahu. Yes, sir. Right? I mean, am I insane? Deport a mere 1 million people in a year. Impossible. Cannot be done. But the judges, but the Democrats, but the protesters, problems, always problems. Topple a government with 90 million people and 1 million soldiers? No one ever said it would be easy. But where there's a will, there's a way. It will be done, Prime Minister. It will be done. Like, we are being screwed here.
You're just now realizing that? The dude Trump is as corrupt as they come. He never gave a fuck about you.
So people should not lose sight of things. The timing is very interesting, isn't it? Pull out of Minneapolis, go to the Persian Gulf. Yes, just what we ordered, right? Just what this whole thing was always all about. Isn't that the conceit of MAGA and Trumpism and America First? Ignoring the actual quality of life of native-born people to go fight foreign wars for special interests in Israel? If that's the program, why didn't we just vote for Jeb Bush?
Right?
Why didn't we just vote for Marco Rubio the first time? What was the point of all of it if this is the outcome? Am I crazy? They can spin it any type of way, but there is no border wall. There are no mass deportations. We don't even have the tariffs. What we do have, Assad is gone, Iran is going, like that is what we do have on lock. Harvard has a Jewish president. I can sleep easier at night knowing Shabbos Kestenbaum, his conscience will not be offended by the protests against the genocide in Gaza because Harvard now has a Jewish president. Thank God. So anyway.
Jesus Christ, dude. He really does not like Jews.
That's the situation in Iran. But like I said, no other major developments. We will be watching that very closely throughout the week. And one thing I will say about it, so I told you on Thursday, there have been these reports, first in the Wall Street Journal, I believe on Thursday, and then today in the New York Times. So these are two different reports, but they both say the same thing. I think in Axios as well. They say that Trump is considering a limited, narrow strike on Iran to extract capitulation. Hit Iran very lightly, very softly, in the hopes that Iran will...
Don't fucking hit Iran at all. My God, dude.
Agree to a deal. And by that, I mean agree to the ultimatum, which is to give up their nuclear enrichment, give up everything, and surrender to the United States. And then, if that doesn't work, then Trump is considering a more thorough, sustained strike, which is aimed at toppling the government. And that would be weeks long. We're talking weeks of heavy, hard air power all the time.
Heavy, hard air power, my old high school nickname.
Blowing up their missile launch platforms, blowing up their Air Force, air defense, government, military leadership, all this stuff, in the hopes that eventually the regime just crumbles. And that's not really going to work. I don't believe in that option, but that's sort of the idea.
No, that's not going to happen.
The only thing that's new is that Trump has now publicly denied these claims. So this is being said in the Wall Street Journal, in the New York Times, I believe elsewhere too, but these are some exclusives. And they say Trump wants to do this limited strike, and then if that doesn't work, then he's going to do more. Now, Trump has said on Truth Social that is false. He said there are no doubts within his camp. There's no reservations. He said everybody is on board. And if we go to war with Iran,
I bet everyone on board, totally.
then we're going to war. It's not going to be a wait and see approach. It's not going to be a surgical strike and then see what happens. Trump has confirmed it's a deal or it's nothing.
I believe that Trump is going to try to go to a war with Iran, and he's going to go all in my opinion, because he wants people to remember him. That's what it's all about for Donald Trump, being remembered. For better or worse, good or bad, he wants people to remember him as the person who started the war with Iran, or whatever.
We're either getting a capitulation or we're going to war. And as you know, as I've said over the past couple weeks, I don't think we're getting a deal. There's been so much talk in the papers about these negotiations and concessions being made and last-ditch diplomatic efforts. Long story short, when you strip away all of the rumors and hearsay and all this stuff, what you'll find is that at the bottom of it all, the fundamental positions have not changed. Washington has a red line on enrichment, and so does Iran. They're just the opposite. Washington's red line is that Iran must give up enrichment completely. No token enrichment, no 3-year restrictions, none of that. Washington is demanding give up your entire stockpile and give...
This was all agreed on already. We already had a deal in place for all of this. And Trump ripped it up. It was called the Iran nuclear deal, and they were following expectations. They were allowing people into their facilities to inspect and everything.
Give up enrichment, and that's it. We can do a consortium in Saudi Arabia. We can export enriched uranium to you so that we can control it, interdict it if necessary, but we are not letting you have that native capability. On the flip side, Iran says we are never giving up enrichment. It is our right. It is our pride. We're never giving it up.
They didn't say that, as a matter of fact. They did give it up. Not even that long ago. And we are in the position that we are in now, currently, as a direct result, as a consequence of Donald Trump. His doing. He made every part of this happen.
The most that they have offered is that they might give up half of their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and they might agree to temporary reductions in the level of enrichment. But that is as far as they have taken it so far. Now,
that's just not true. You're completely ignoring the Iran deal.
If there's going to be a deal, one of these positions has to change. Either Iran is going to have to surrender, capitulate, this is the word that Witkoff used, and they're going to have to just give it up and make themselves completely vulnerable and defenseless. That's one scenario. Then you have a deal. In the other scenario, Washington will have to agree to something less than zero enrichment and a total forfeiture of the stockpile. They're going to have to agree that Iran can enrich at a low level for a period of time in exchange for sanctions relief.
He literally is describing the Iran deal that Trump canceled. He is literally describing that right now.
And monitoring and compliance. Now, this is how you know that a deal is never going to happen. At least this is my heuristic, and I guess time will tell. This is my insight. How do you resolve this equation? The reason that Iran will never give it up is
they already did. They won't give it up because they don't fucking trust the Republicans anymore, because they already reversed the deal that was in place. It did exactly what Nick Fuentes is describing.
Is because if they do, they can expect that Israel will go to war anyway.
That's not true. Israel didn't go to war with them during the Iran deal. We protected Iran verbally by pointing out that they were respecting the guidelines of the deal or whatever. And they were left alone largely. And sanctions were lifted and things were pretty good. And then dipshit Donald Trump comes along and says, I'm ripping up this deal. Do you have any idea how difficult it was to accomplish that deal in the first fucking place? That was one of the most difficult deals to get done in U.S. diplomatic history. Because we were working with a bunch of religious fucking nutcases in Iran who believe that they have, like, the sole right to control the region or whatever the fuck. Just like, Israel seems to believe that type of shit. You know how hard it is to make deals with people like that? And John Kerry got the deal done. Nearly the first fucking thing that Donald Trump did upon walking into the White House was erase the deal. They're talking about literally doing the deal that was already done when he got into office in the first place.
And that is liable to happen. Israel will sabotage any deal like that. Any deal that doesn't include missiles and proxies, Israel's going to sabotage anyway. If Iran gives up its nuclear hedge, that just gives Israel the opportunity to strike Iran with impunity. And they might do that anyway. So I don't think it's in the cards that Iran is going to fold. On the other side, the United States cannot accept anything less than zero enrichment because in 2015, when the United States made the initial Iranian nuclear deal, it was the same program. It was sanctions relief, monitoring and compliance in exchange for temporary reduction in the level of enrichment for uranium.
It was indefinite reduction in uranium enrichment.
That was the protocol in 15. We'll relieve the sanctions, we'll get your economy going, but in exchange, we need to ensure that you're not enriching uranium past a certain limit. That was the original framework in 15. Now, in the interceding 11 years, Iran has been significantly weakened. Their proxies have been neutralized, their nuclear program has been set back years, and their missiles, well, we don't know the status of them, but perhaps their offensive and defensive capabilities have been degraded as well. So the United States cannot, after 10 years, after all this time and all this fighting and sabotage and everything, with Iran much weaker than they were then, cannot now agree to the same deal that allows Iran to have a native enrichment capability. That will be seen as a strategic defeat. If we scrapped the original deal because it wasn't good enough, and then we went to war with Iran and we bombed them and sanctioned them and did all these things to them, and they survived, and in the end, they got a deal that is as good, if not better, than when they started, then that is a major strategic defeat.
It is, yes. It was a major strategic defeat when Donald Trump ripped that shit up. That was the stupidest. And it wasn't just Trump. Trump probably didn't even care about the Iran deal. Ted Cruz and all of the Republican establishment insider fucking scumbags would not shut up about how bad the Iran deal was. It was the Republicans' fault, and it's over for the Republican Party, okay? They are done. No more Republican Party. They aren't going to win for a generation because they have so completely and totally fucked themselves. They are completely done. They are caricatures at this point of a bad political party that has gone completely rogue, that has no soul, that has nothing going for them, no popularity, no nothing. They're a caricature. And they aren't going to win for a generation because nobody fucking likes them anymore because they have gone too far now. They have gone too far.
in the end, Iran will be able to claim victory. We didn't give up our enrichment. We didn't give up our nuclear program. We endured the worst of maximum pressure, the worst that the U.S. had to throw at us, and we got what we wanted. So we cannot come off of that red line. It's never going to happen, in my opinion. And that leaves us to a war with Iran.
Yep. Exactly. It's exactly right. We are here as a direct result of dipshit Republicans. Good job, guys. I hope you're happy with yourselves.
The question is just when. When and how and in what way, that's the only question. Will there be a decisive air campaign now? That seems less likely because I don't even think that's possible. But will there be imminent military action? That is very likely. The question is just, when does that decisive confrontation occur? Do we hit Iran really hard now, set them back many years in terms of missiles, nuclear, and the rest of it? Do we decapitate the regime? And then maybe a period of time passes where Israel and the United States are backing secessionist groups, anti-government groups of different stripes, liberal groups, maybe different ethnic factions, royalist factions. You never know.
Apparently, Iran was dealing with a protest again fairly recently, and their standard method of dealing with protests is to execute protesters. But they showed the UN video footage of basically Israeli insurgents coming into Iran and stoking the protests. I don't know if it's true. I don't know. But they showed it to the UN Security Council, I believe. And then they executed a bunch of them. I don't know. Kind of wild. Actually, let me just look this up. I'll let this play while I find out.
Maybe we go in, we degrade their security apparatus that allows CIA and Mossad to come in, stir the pot, and then you get another round of protests. And then we topple. But the point is, a decisive confrontation, military confrontation, is all but inevitable. Again, the question is just, what's the timeline? What's the strategy? What is the level of U.S. commitment? And I guess we'll see in the next 2 weeks what that's going to look like. But that's the situation in Iran. Like I said, we'll monitor that. I do want to move on. I want to get into our featured story tonight, which is about Tucker Carlson's interview with the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee.
Right, the Tuckerbee interview. Anyway, tell what you think about it in the comments. This dude is just a scumbag, honestly. Out of curiosity, I just looked this up. I'm sorry, I'm just reading here. So Iran, apparently, at the Human Rights Council session, some speakers supporting Iran's position claimed the video evidence showed firearms being used by trained individuals operating among crowds who coordinated acts of sabotage and violence, framing it as a foreign interference. Iran's deputy ambassador at the Security Council emergency meeting accused the U.S. of trying to cover up its involvement in instigating unrest. So, yes, Iran did present claims of foreign-backed insurgents at the UN, though footage of Israeli insurgents is not exactly what happened. Did they execute all the protesters? Not executed in a judicial sense. They basically just opened fire on crowds. So, is it likely the protests really were Israeli-inspired? The protests were clearly driven by genuine domestic grievances. The rial had lost approximately 40% of its value since the Iran-Israel war. Inflation was at 42.2%. Holy shit. And the protests started organically with shopkeepers in Tehran's Grand Bazaar. Millions of people don't take to the streets because of foreign agents. They do it because they can't afford food. However, there is some Israeli involvement, though not in the way that Iran frames it. The Mossad's official Farsi Twitter account posted, "We are with you not only from a distance and verbally, we are with you in the field." And during the June 2025 war, Israel hijacked Iranian state TV, broadcasting footage of women's rights protests with a Farsi message urging people to take to the streets. But analysts are skeptical of meaningful on-the-ground orchestration. So there you go. There's the answer. That's kind of interesting. I didn't know that. Protests were overwhelmingly organic and driven by economic collapse. Israel has opportunistically cheer-led and possibly provided some communication support, but the Israeli insurgents' framing is primarily a justification for mass murder. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. All right, let's step back and listen to Fuentes, this new story. How far in are we anyway? Okay.
What that's going to look like. But that's the situation in Iran. Like I said, we'll monitor that. I do want to move on. I want to get into our featured story tonight, which is about Tucker Carlson's interview with the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee.
Right, the Tuckerby interview. Got it.
And this is a very important narrative. You might not think it's a big deal. You might not think it's a big news story, but it is a really big deal. Because as I've said for the past couple of years, one of the biggest things that is happening in the world and in the United States is that the American public and the world are turning against Israel. And maybe turning against organized Jewry as a force.
Jesus Christ. To say such a thing is kind of insane, honestly. Like, my God. I haven't honestly heard the word Jewry since reading books about World War II. Like, that's the only place that I ever hear that term. Jewry. Jesus Christ.
And here's the thing about this show. This is maybe the only show that deals in reality. A lot of people look at
Oh, yeah, deals in reality. Totally. Yep, I see that.
my show and they think, oh, that's the Jew show. That's the show where they talk about Jews and they think Jews run everything. And that's the flavor of the show. And I reject this. That is how someone who considers themselves to be objective or mainstream might look at it. I look at it almost in reverse. This is the objective and mainstream show.
Wow, big surprise. Neo-Nazi doesn't see himself as unreasonable. I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Where we talk about the fact, okay, the proven fact that organized Jewry controls the West. That's not really controversial. It's not like it's a secret. They're not hiding it.
I think that the country of Israel has a lot of support among American evangelicals because they think that they're like the chosen ones or whatever. And I think that's a problem. They are interfering in our foreign policy as a result of their religious beliefs. That's an issue. But I don't think that organized Jewry, quote unquote, controls the West. That is a psychotic thing to say and detached from reality.
It's just true, okay? When you look at the TikTok deal, you see their fingerprints all over it. It's Larry Ellison. When you look at the Warner Brothers Paramount acquisition, their fingerprints are all over it. It's not subtle. When you look at Harvard, University of Pennsylvania, Columbia, again, they're all over that.
Again, yes, they like Christian Zionists' hands are all over this because they have some weird fetish about about the chosen ones or whatever. That doesn't mean that there's a cabal controlling things like that. Like, you don't have to turn it into a conspiracy theory and turn it into, like, you know, Hitler worship or whatever.
When you look at who propelled Trump into office, almost everything to do with October 7th. The examples like this are countless. CBS, AIPAC, foreign aid, you name it, ADL, trusted flaggers, censorship. It's all there, okay? Now, the reason that most shows don't talk about this is because there is a infrastructure in place. It's like a racket where anybody that acknowledges this or talks about it, I should say, in a bad way, gets utterly destroyed.
Oh, give it a fucking rest. I talk negatively about Israel, the country, all the time, and I'm not censored, quote unquote. You can talk negatively about it without being censored. But when you become a neo-Nazi, it's a different level, obviously.
They get flagged as an anti-Semite, a Jew hater, isolated, neutralized. You talk about this topic, you acknowledge this reality, you express that you're unhappy with this predicament or you're critical of it. Maybe you're just a goy.
Oh my God, dude.
Jews can talk about it all day. If you're a Jew in Hollywood, you can write in the LA Times, Jews run Hollywood. And they do, and they did. And you can Google that. There's an article like that from 15 years ago. But if you're a goy and you talk about this, big problems.
By the way, if you didn't know, goy is the, I believe, Yiddish word for non-Jewish. And neo-Nazis tend to think that Jews use goy as a slur against non-Jews. It's mostly a neo-Nazi thing. I think that there are some right-wing nationalist Jewish people who are out of their fucking heads, drunk on Zionism, who may use that word derogatorily about non-Jews, but I don't think it's very common.
So you know how the story goes. You talk about this, you get destroyed. Consequently, almost no one talks about this. So why am I discussing this? Because one of the biggest developments in the past couple of years is that people are starting to become aware of this predicament that we are in. For many years, there was a silence and omerta around this subject because of censorship, blacklisting, cancel culture, whatever.
No, there really wasn't. This is completely made up. There's a blacklisting system built around being a neo-Nazi. No longer, really. Neo-Nazis have completely permeated our existing infrastructure now. But anybody could talk about Israel being destructive, and it wasn't a big deal.
Whatever you want to call it, you know what it looks like, you know what it is. And now all of a sudden, everybody is aware. Jews run the West. China runs China. Russia runs Russia.
You know, I have seen a lot of people just in the wild, just random places, basically say that Hitler was right. And they weren't, I'm not in neo-Nazi spaces. I'm just in normal whatever spaces. Not even left wing, just middle of the road subreddits that have nothing to do with any of that. And it's disturbing to see people say that. The fact is, whatever Israel, the country, is up to right now, that has no bearing on Jews as individuals, first of all. And second, Hitler did his Hitler things for hateful, vile, angry, violent reasons. It wasn't because he saw a threat coming and wanted to save people or whatever. It was because he was hateful, because he was angry and wanted to make somebody pay.
Muslims run Iran. Jews run the West. They run America. They run Europe.
It's just nonsense. Also, I'm not for ethno-states, no matter who is running it. That includes Israel. I don't like ethno-states at all. They're bad.
And you can't fuck with them because they have all the power. And if you have a problem with them, they destroy you. They use that power to hurt you. And it's only recently that people are becoming hip about AIPAC and Israel's wars and the influence of Mossad and Jewish billionaires and their predilection for their motherland, for the mothership, and the cancellation apparatus, which is a part of it also. Now, how we talk about this issue is almost just as important as the fact that we are talking about it. It's very important, in other words, that we get it right. How do we unring the bell? How do we undo this situation? How do we get to a point where Americans are in control of America? America First patriots are in control of America?
He means neo-Nazis.
Well, we have to identify the problem. And then we have to become conscious of it and organize politically against it.
He means we need to turn against Jews like Hitler did.
So that's the solution from a very stripped down point of view. Now, to this point, we have this interview between Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee. And as you know, Tucker is one of the most prominent critics of Israel. And many people consider him to be a force for the truth and a force for good. He's bringing awareness to the subject. He's driving this conversation forward.
Oh boy, he's going to bring up all kinds of drama against Tucker, right?
He has a massive platform, a lot of credibility coming from Fox News, and he's using that platform to shine a spotlight on this issue. He's talking about it in a very frank way. So people say he's one of the good guys. Now, to that end, he had this interview with the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Tucker really put the screws in him. As you may or may not know, Mike Huckabee is a Christian Zionist. So from the point of view of his theology, he is literally a religious zealot.
Zealot, not zealot, zealot.
Even though he's a Christian, he worships Israel, worships the modern Jewish state of Israel, worships modern Jews. He believes in a certain interpretation of biblical prophecy. He believes that the people that call themselves Jews today have some special role in the end of the world. And so we basically have to treat them as though they are our betters. And it doesn't matter what they do and what they say and
It's borderline fetishizing them. It's weird.
how wicked they are and how much they hate us or take advantage of us. We have to look at them as God's chosen people. And even though we have problems with them now, in the end, the prodigal son, they're going to all come back and they're going to be reconciled and it's all going to be good. And so this is their belief. Now think of it. This is actually a very perverse situation when you consider it. Because the purpose of an ambassador is they're supposed to represent our interests to that other country. We have an ambassador in France. They're supposed to represent American interests in Paris. We have an ambassador to the United Kingdom. They're supposed to represent our interests to that country. But if our ambassador to Israel has a religious idolatry of Israel, well, like, who's this guy working for? Is he working for us or is he working for them?
He's working for them very clearly. We watched the interview. It's on this channel if you want to see it. It was insane. The whole thing was absolutely insane. He identified himself with the country of Israel, not with the United States. And he also said absolutely insane things like the Israeli military is more moral than the U.S. military, stuff like that. It was crazy.
Is his job to represent the interest of Americans to the Jews in Israel? Well, if he's a Christian Zionist and he literally worships the Jews in Israel, I don't know, seems like they're kind of his boss. Seems like they kind of outrank the government here. And so in reality, his job is to represent Israel to us. And you can see that in the way that he talks and the stuff that he does. And this is some of what Tucker highlighted during the interview. This is well known in these circles. If you know anything about Huckabee, he's from the South. He's from Arkansas. He believes in this dispensationalist Christian theology.
And he performed a song, Sweet Home Alabama, except it was Sweet Home Jerusalem. It was so incredibly painfully cringy, dude.
He's from Fox News, like Tucker. And so we know what he's about. Tucker is shining a spotlight on this very perverse situation. It's actually a scandal. And no matter how you cut it, it's deeply wrong and messed up. And you could say that as a first principle, our government represents our interests. And insofar as our constitutionally created representative government hires, nominates ambassadors, secretaries, other personnel, those people, their job is to represent us too. So whether that ambassador is to Israel or anywhere else, his job is to represent our representative constitutional government. It's not an Israel thing. It's not a Jew thing. You could say from a first principle, this is all wrong. Our ambassador to China should represent us. Our ambassador to Japan, Brazil, Mexico should represent us. You don't get some Mexican flag waving Mexican patriot who is still mad about the Mexican war with America to represent us in Mexico City. No, you get an American. Similarly, it follows with Huckabee. So Tucker does this interview to shine a light on this, and he does a pretty good job, I think. He is really putting the screws in Huckabee. The pressure's up. He's asking intense questions, and one of the best parts of the interview is this. We'll talk about some of the good things and some of the bad things. I think the highlight is that Tucker highlighted he highlighted this arrangement in general, but more than that, he highlighted something which is very interesting about Israel. When you talk about Israel, you can't talk about it like any other country. If we were to talk about Germany and Italy and Denmark, right-wing people like to say, well, those are their own countries. They have their own problems. They should defend themselves. NATO should maybe increase their defense budget. If they're so afraid of Russia, they should field their own army. They should make their own tanks and missiles and airplanes and so on. When it comes to Israel, however, and our obligation to defend them, and when it comes to Israel's conduct in war and diplomacy, people like to say, well, they're special, they're different. And what you tend to hear when you talk about this is, well, Israel has this right to exist. That is their go-to. That is literally their playbook. And I'm not making this up. They have a playbook. They literally do market research. How do we deal with these conversations? Who's we? Any Jew. How do pro-Israel Jews deal with these conversations when the Goyim ask us, why are we defending?
Okay, again, he's pretending that all Jews hate all non-Jews, and this is just not accurate. Israel as a country has this market research program to try to rehabilitate their image after they murder a bunch of children. That's true. But that's not all Jews. And they do have, a sustained marketing effort to turn all Jewish people into right-wing nationalists and, inspire loyalty to the state of Israel in all Jewish people. But it doesn't work for most people, I would argue.
Defending you? Why are we fighting your wars? What do we say? Well, the Jews, like a science, they figured out, here's how we short circuit that discussion. We say, well, does Israel have a right to exist? This is how they shut all that down. You say, Israel's killing civilians. Israel's destroying all their infrastructure. Israel's killing 100,000 plus people. They say, yeah, well, but does Israel have a right to exist? And you kind of go, wait, I don't know. Let me think about that for a moment. Because if you say no, then what are you saying? That Israel should be annihilated? Do you think that they should be genocided and wiped off the map? I don't think anyone supports that. I don't think I should say almost anybody supports that.
Yeah, that is what you should say, because most of your audience supports that.
In America, at least. I don't think most people would say, yeah, they should all be annihilated with nuclear bombs. So you go, I don't know if the answer is no, but you also don't want to say yes, because if you say yes, then it's like, now am I involved in a chain of questioning? Clearly, they're not asking that question in good faith. Well, does Israel have a right to exist? Well, I don't really know what that means to affirm that. I mean, does anyone have a right to exist? Do I have a right to exist? What does that entail? I have a right to exist. You're making me nervous. Can I now kill you? Can I slit your throat because I feel uncomfortable? Is my right to exist limitless? Is it not bounded by anything? Like, how do we think about these things? So it's sort of, but now we're thinking about everything else. Whereas we were talking about the genocide and the massacre and all these kinds of things, now we're thinking about this abstract question about natural law. And so they say, does Israel have a right to exist? And you go, I guess. And they go, okay, well, then they have a right to defend themselves, don't they? Palestine doesn't think they have a right to exist. And then you're walking down this path towards, if Israel has a right,
A dialogue tree is the word you're looking for.
to exist, then it can defend itself. If it can defend itself, then it can do whatever it thinks is necessary for its security. And maybe that means deporting every Palestinian, and maybe that means killing everybody, and maybe that means a genocide. And they, in a perverted, twisted logic, they get you to this point where you're saying, oh, well, maybe it's okay. Well, Tucker flips that on its head, and Tucker presses Huckabee and says, okay, so he's pressing Huckabee on these questions. What is a Christian Zionist? What is a Zionist? And Huckabee falls back on the old classic. Huckabee says, well, does Israel have a right to exist? I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. What is a Zionist? It means Israel has a right to exist. Do you think Israel has a right to exist? And Tucker throws it back on Huckabee, pause, and says, well, what does that mean? Where does this right come from? And now Huckabee is on the back foot.
Wait, what did he just say?
And to exist? Do you think Israel has a right to exist? And Tucker throws it back on Huckabee, pause.
Is he reading from a teleprompter? Why did he just say the word pause out of nowhere?
And Tucker throws it back on Huckabee, pause, and says,
why did he do that? That was weird, right?
well, what does that mean? Where does this right come from? And now Huckabee is on the back foot and says, oh, well, it comes from international law. And Tucker goes, oh, international law, really interesting. Those things that Israel breaks all the time. Funny you mentioned that. International law. Oh, you mean those things that Israel breaks constantly since they came into existence? You sure about that? Huckabee goes, well, there's these conventions and there's the Balfour Declaration and there's this and this. And stumbles all over that answer. And then Huckabee arrives at maybe the more important question, the central question. Huckabee says they have a biblical right to exist.
Right.
It's a God-given right. Why? Because God told the Jews in the Old Testament, this is all yours. And so that's their promised land. We were promised this land 6 million years ago. So it's ours. Now, we can kill anybody that gets in our way because of that. We were promised this land. Now get the fuck out of the way or we'll kill you. As a matter of fact, we'll kill everybody. We'll kill the whole world because it's ours. Who cares we haven't been here for 2,000 years? We're here to collect. So Huckabee says it's because God promised Abraham this land. Be fruitful and multiply. This land belongs to your descendants. And Tucker points out a problem with this land grant from God. He says, well, actually in the book of Genesis, there is a deed that God gives the Jewish people, and it talks about the specifications of the land. If you say that Israel has their right to exist from God, well, let's talk about God's right that he gave them. Because if you read the fine print, what it says is that Israel is entitled to everything from the Nile River in Egypt all the way to the Euphrates River in Syria. So do they have a right to all of that? If Israel has a right to exist, and its right to exist comes from the Old Testament, well, if the Old Testament says their right is good from these two rivers, from the Nile to the Euphrates, then where does it end? Did they have a right to the modern day state of Jordan? And
They believe they do.
Lebanon and Syria and Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Egypt? Because if that's where you're sourcing this land claim, then clearly you would have to say that they do. It's the word of God, after all, isn't it? It's the inspired scripture. And this is the story. This is from Politico. It turns out that the Arab countries didn't like the answer. Mike Huckabee says, well, yeah. He says, yeah, they do. Israel does have a right to all of that. Israel has a right to all those countries. And
It's a little more complicated than that. His answer was he kind of beat around the bush about it and then eventually basically said that would be fine if they took it all. He recognized it does not look good to say some shit like that.
Tucker goes, really? Huckabee goes, well, I don't think they're going to take that, and that's not really what they're talking about now. Tucker says, well, you just said they have a right to it. And now, understandably, almost every Muslim country mentioned in this has condemned the U.S. ambassador to Israel. This is from Politico. It says, quote, pardon me, actually, I have the wrong story up. It says, quote, Arab and Muslim nations condemned comments by the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who said Israel has a right to much of the Middle East. Huckabee made the comments in an interview with Tucker Carlson that aired on Friday. Carlson said that according to the Bible, the descendants of Abraham would receive land that today would include essentially the entire Middle East, and asked Huckabee if Israel had a right to all of that land. Huckabee replied, quote, it would be fine if they took it all. It would be fine if they took it all.
Yep, that's true. We covered this yesterday. It should be on the channel if you want to find it. Like the whole 4-part series. I think it's about 4 parts, give or take. It was pretty crazy. The whole thing was.
Said. However, Huckabee added that Israel was not looking to expand its territory and has a right to security in the land that it legitimately holds. Really? They're not looking to expand its territory? So what do you call civilian settlements then? What has Israel actually done other than expand since 1948, since 1900, since 1893? What are you talking about? Israel's not looking to expand. Do you mean like that far yet? What do you mean Israel's not looking to expand? That's all it does. What did they do in 67 other than expand into Gaza, the West Bank, the Sinai, the Golan? That's all that they do. What do you call a civilian settlement in the West Bank other than expansion? What do you call what they're doing right now in Syria when the Assad regime fell and they blew up all their hardware and then Israel just kept going?
That's true. The Golan Heights is a really egregious example of them taking property that did not belong to them. Like, they took it and then their excuse is it was taken in a defensive war and that they have a right to defend themselves. It was egregious. It was insane for them to say such a thing. Like, how do you take land in a defensive war? It was just nonsense. They claimed the same shit that Russia claimed about Ukraine, where they have to defend themselves by taking this extra land so that their area is not being bordered by, or so that Israel isn't bordered by like an enemy, but you just added something to your borders. So it's still bordering your country. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like Finland, I believe, is it Finland or is it, I don't remember which one it is, but one of the countries is a NATO country and borders Russia. It doesn't make any sense for Russia to claim that they are trying to take Ukraine so that there's a buffer zone between Russia and like NATO countries. That's complete nonsense at its face.
Into the suburbs of Damascus and into the Druze-occupied southern Syria. What do you call that other than expansion?
It's all expansion, absolutely.
What is it when they're bombing Iran, bombing Iraq, bombing Syria, bombing Yemen? What else would you call that? So he goes, well, they have a right to it, but they're not looking to expand. And the little qualifier that he left off is, well, they're not looking to expand to those places right now. But he's effectively acknowledging if they wanted it, he would defend their claim to it. So what is that? And what does that say about our foreign policy? U.S. foreign policy says and dictates we want stability in the Middle East. What is our end game in the Middle East? Well, considering that there is so much energy there, oil and natural gas, our interest is that that region is stable so that commerce is uninterrupted. Trade routes are uninterrupted in the Red Sea and in the Persian Gulf. We want the Strait of Hormuz clear. We want the Bab el-Mandeb and the Suez Canal clear, and we want the oil to flow. And to that end, we want stability. What's more, our real geostrategic interests are now in the Indo-Pacific. Now it matters far more defending the first island chain in the Pacific. The Strait of Malacca is more important now maybe than the Strait of Hormuz. And so we're actually looking to extricate ourselves from that region through collective security arrangements. Same thing in Europe. We want to hand off deterrence against Russia to NATO in Europe. We would like to hand off stability, anti-terrorism in the Middle East to our allies there. And Israel is not our only ally. As a matter of fact, they're not even the most important ally. We're handing off those obligations to Egypt, to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, Turkey, which is a NATO country. So there are other countries in the Middle East. To the extent that we have an ambassador in Israel, he should be in lockstep with our foreign policy, which is we want to end conflicts. We don't want adventurism. We don't want revanchism, expansion. We don't want revision. We want status quo. And so our end game should be we want Syria to stabilize. We want Iraq to stabilize. We want those borders to be fixed and defended and permanent. So, in other words, if there are people in Israel, and there are, that have designs and aspirations to go to war with all their neighbors and expand their territory, that is against our interests.
Yes, absolutely. I agree completely.
To go to war in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, wherever else, to dominate the region, that is destabilizing. That is contrary to our interests. For Israel to be unchained, to pursue regional hegemony is destabilizing. That is diametrically opposed to what is best for us and what we want. And yet, our ambassador to Israel seems to have not just Israel's foreign policy, but literally the most expansionist version of it.
Yeah, 100%. Here, take a look at this. I know I'm going to get a YouTube or a community, no, a content, God, copyright strike for this, but the step, oops, I didn't mean it. Huckabee, Sweet Home Jerusalem. Here, let's see if I can find it. Is this it? Yes, this is it.
Hashem's holy words begin anew. We all have come to help Hatzalah.
I think, yeah, this is Mike Huckabee on the guitar.
And we want to help it thrive.
Wait, is this a guitar or is this, no, this is a string bass, I think.
Based right here in God's holy city. Throughout this land, it's saving lives. Sweet home, Yerushalayim. Yeah! Where God's words ring so true. Sweet home, Yerushalayim.
It's so painfully stupid. Anyway, the point is, Huckabee stands for Israel fully and completely. Way to ruin a good song.
Think about that. It's not just that Huckabee is gung-ho about taking Gaza and taking the West Bank, which he is. He says, we shouldn't even say Gaza and West Bank. We should say Judea and Samaria. We shouldn't even say Palestinian. That isn't real. So he not only has Israel's foreign policy in the things they're currently doing, he has Israel's foreign policy in all the things their most radical members want to do in a long timeline. In other words, that would be like if Israel's ambassador to the United States was like some manifest destiny nut job like me that wants to
Like me, he says.
invade the entire Western Hemisphere. That's Mike Huckabee. He says, well, they have a right to take Iraq, the Sinai, Egypt, Saudi, Jordan. They have a right to all of that. And I would support them taking it because it's theirs, because God gave it to them, but they're not doing that right now. So why even talk about it? Why talk about it? What are you doing working for us? Isn't that insane that you're an Israeli partisan? You're a Jewish nationalist? And this is the tension. Are you a Jewish nationalist or are you an American nationalist? Because these are two different nations. And when I say Jewish nationalist, do not mistake what I mean. I don't mean Zionist. There is a Jewish nation. It is transnational. Jewish nationality.
I don't know what that means. There's a Jewish nation that is transnational. It's a weird thing to say, but okay.
Feelings of peoplehood, feelings of togetherness. This is transnational. And it is not exclusive to Israel. It's not restricted to Israel. As a matter of fact, it's independent of Israel. Feelings of Jewish nationalism, pride in Jewish identity, Jewish culture, Jewish chauvinism, Jewish peoplehood. This exists in the Jewish community worldwide, in America, in Europe, in the Middle East. And these people are loyal to each other. They see themselves as distinct from everybody else, and they see themselves as exceptional, better than everybody else. And they also see themselves as under siege. So they're at war with everybody else. Okay? That's a Jewish nationalist. I'm an American nationalist. Where does America come from? America comes from Europe. America's a Christian country.
It's really not. I mean, we came from many European countries, but we also came from like all over. In fact, there are still Native Americans here, a lot of Native Americans. And a lot of the inventions and creations and discoveries that Americans came up with were actually invented and discovered by immigrants. Look at Albert Einstein. He was a German Jewish guy who discovered who created, I guess, or whatever, the theory of relativity, for example. I mean, there are a billion people who had all kinds of different discoveries that are immigrants. They're all immigrants.
That's our theology. That's our heritage. What are we influenced by? In Washington, D.C., we are influenced by Rome. We are influenced by Greece. We're influenced by Greek Hellenistic culture. That's the architecture. That's our constitutional system. That's free speech. That's our separation of powers, checks and balances. It comes from Europe. It comes from Hellenistic culture. It comes from the Roman Empire.
No, not entirely. I mean, yeah, there are some people here who come from that lineage or whatever, but there are a lot who didn't. It's bizarre how he views things. Seriously, what the fuck?
It comes from Christianity. And Christianity is its own thing. It's distinct, altogether separate from the Talmud and Jewish mysticism and Zionism and all this kind of stuff. We are our own civilization. I'm an American nationalist. I see the influence of Spain, of Portugal, of England, of France, of the Germans, the Irish, the Roman Empire, the Greeks. I see the influence of this on our civilization. That's the civilization I'm a part of. Jewish nationalists have a different story. Ask Joe Lonsdale. Ask Alex Karp. Ask Bronze Age pervert. Ask Bari Weiss. Netanyahu.
Wait, who the fuck is Bronze Age pervert? I've never heard that name in my entire life. What?
Their story is enmity with our people. Their story is about how they defeated the Persians and the Babylonians and the Assyrians. And then the Romans took their land, and they hate the Romans that destroyed their temple and kicked them out. And they hate the Catholic monarchs, hate them.
And of course, Fuentes is Catholic, so.
Hate the Catholic monarchs that try to suppress their religion with the Inquisition, burning their holy books, expelling them. They hate the Tsar, the third Caesar, the Caesar of Russia. They hate the great European empires. They hate the Germans. They hate the Spanish because of Philip II. They hate the French because of Louis XIV. They hate the English because of Edward. They hate the Romans because of Titus. And they hate the church because they see the church as idolatrous. And so when you see a Joe Lonsdale, he's a Maccabean. He's a Hebrew. He's a Jewish nationalist. And he sees Rome as just another in a long line of empires and peoples and nationalities destroyed by the Jews. And
Jesus Christ, dude. His whole worldview revolves around how the Jews are evil. It's literally dog whistles every 5 seconds. It is. It's insane.
isn't that kind of the whole thing? Do you know what goyim actually means? It doesn't really mean cattle.
No, it means outsider, basically.
Goyim means the nations, the nationalities. The Jews are a nation up until recently without a state, without a territory. A nation, a people, a tribe, here, there, everywhere, it doesn't matter. And they are exclusive and they are their own. We are a nation. We are the nations. They are the Jews. We are the Goyim. We are the other nations. I'm part of the American nation. The American nation is formed out of other nations, discovered by Italian explorers, Spanish, Portuguese explorers, settled by English.
Like, what is his point here? Who gives a fuck? I don't understand what the point is. Why does he have a little fluff on the front of his head like a bird? Like it's like a chicken butt or whatever.
English.
He's got the chicken butt haircut in the front.
Spanish, Portuguese explorers, settled by English settlers, wilderness tamed by the French, the English, the Spanish, built by the Germans, the Irish, yes, the Slavs, the Polish, the Czech, Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian, Russian. Okay? And all of our theology, all of our philosophy, our culture, it comes from the Greeks, the Etruscans. It comes from our nations.
Who cares? I don't understand what his point is.
We are a distinct nation. So Mike Huckabee is on the side of the Jewish nation. The Jewish nation's story, their chauvinism, their exceptionalism, their ambitions for a greater Israel. You know, everybody dreams of a greater whatever, okay? Serbia dreams of a greater Serbia. Russia dreams of a greater Russia. Italy dreams of a greater, they want Slovenia. Serbia wants Kosovo. Russia wants Ukraine. And yes, Israel wants their whole Middle East. Whose fucking side are you on? I want a greater America. I don't care about a greater...
So he's just created a theology here, or whatever, an ideology, where you can either be for the Jews or for America, not both. You can either be in favor of Jews or everybody else. He created a system that divides people into these two categories. That is wild. Everything he says and does is two-dimensional.
Israel, as a matter of fact, make Israel as small as possible because they are a threat. They're a threat because their Jewish nation reaches into ours, and it doesn't go the other way. The Jewish nation transcends borders, and their people that they count among their ranks are powerful, and they have a vast reach. The Jewish nation reaches into the core of our country, into all of its organs. That's a problem. And they also have their own home base. They also have their own headquarters. That makes them a threat. They've got 300 nuclear bombs. They've got missiles. They've got an intelligence apparatus, and they've got their people everywhere. The Jewish nation reaches into Russia, into Europe, into America. Whose side are you on? You can't be a Jewish nationalist and an American nationalist. You have to pick one. Now, you can be Jewish and be an American nationalist, but that means you need to assimilate. You need to recognize America as your only home. You need to burn the boats. But if you're one of these Jews that has a chip on your shoulder and you're worried about Israel and you're worried about all this other stuff, and you talk about how Europeans have anti-Semitism in their DNA, you're not on the team. How could you possibly be America first?
Again, people like America first is a Nazi dog whistle. And it, by necessity, excludes Jews, which is fucking psychotic. But you don't need to divide people this way. Honestly, like, what is wrong with him?
And this is our own ambassador. Our own ambassador is not America first. He's not even an American partisan. He's not even part of the American nation. Firmly part of the Jewish nation, advocating for the Jewish nation. And that's not what we are about at all. This is America first. This is what our allies had to say about it in the Middle East. His comments sparked immediate backlash from neighboring Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the League of Arab States. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry described the comments as extremist and unacceptable. Egypt's foreign ministry called his comments a blatant violation of international law, saying Israel has no sovereignty over the occupied Palestinian territory or other Arab lands. Huckabee has long opposed the idea of a two-state solution for Israel and the Palestinian people.
I talked about this previously, but my position on a two-state solution is I'm actually for something unique, not one state or two state exactly. I think my position is Israel's military and intelligence network and everything should all be dissolved. And a federal state should be created over top of Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank, where the federal government controls the military and it's integrated with everybody, Palestinians and Israelis. And Israel can exist as an independent state within that federal government, and so can Gaza and the West Bank. And there's free movement between each. Kind of like New Jersey and Virginia and West Virginia.
In an interview last year, he said he does not believe in referring to Arab descendants of people living in British-controlled Palestine as Palestinians. In the latest interview, Carlson pressed Huckabee about his interpretation of Bible verses from the book of Genesis, where he said God promised Abraham and his descendants land from the Nile to the Euphrates. Now, think about it in terms of what is best for us. Like I said, we actually have other allies. Egypt is our ally. Saudi Arabia is our ally. Qatar, the Emirates, Turkey, Armenia. These are our allies. Armenia is a Christian country to boot. What about them? And what about us? What is best for us is that the Middle East is stable. What is best for us is that the militant elements of the Palestinians are pacified so that there can be a two-state solution, and then we can leave. There can be a two-state solution. Israel can make treaties with Saudi Arabia and other countries, and then we can leave. And we could get the oil from Saudi Arabia.
You know, since I'm thinking about it, I think that the federal government over Israel should also control trade between all three states. 20 senators each, 100 House members each, or so, depending on the district. House should be apportioned by population. And trade should be controlled by the federal government. That way, if you want to trade with Israel, then you have to also trade with the Palestinians and vice versa.
And we can get the money in their petrodollar facilities into our economy, and we can focus on other problems. That's what we want. What Israel wants is to take the West Bank and Gaza and then terraform the region. Egypt is mobilizing in the Sinai because they're worried about this, digging tunnels. And Turkey is getting worried. Now they extend their arm into Syria. Saudi Arabia says they won't make a deal unless there's a two-state solution. The Middle East is destabilizing because of Israel's revisionist Zionist ambitions, because of these greater Israel ambitions. And again, our ambassador supports this to the detriment of our own foreign policy. And by the way, this greater Israel thing, it is as Jewish as it gets, and they want it. The revisionist Zionists, going back to the foundations of the state of Israel, revisionist Zionists like Zeev Jabotinsky, who founded the Israeli military or elements of it, they believe that Israel should take all of Jordan. They believe that Israel should be as big as possible.
They do.
The revisionist Zionists, which founded the Likud party, they believe this also.
There are some real nutcases in Israel, sadly. Like, many of these people are right-wing extremists out of their fucking gourds.
Believe Israel should have the Sinai. They believe Israel should have the Golan, southern Lebanon. They believe they should have the land east of the Jordan River. They believe they should have it all. As a matter of fact, Israel's contemporary ministers in government believe this. Their national security minister and their finance minister, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, they both believe in this. They have given speeches in front of podiums that depict a greater Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates. So it's not like this is some conspiracy theory or some fringe view. These are the foundations of the state of Israel, and there are contemporary, powerful political parties in Israel. They either descend from that tradition or they uphold it still, and they believe in this project. And that leads me to this other part about Tucker's interview. You know, everything that we're talking about has to do with the Jewishness of Israel. Suffice to say, Israel's right to exist, where does it come from? The Bible. So Israel's Jewishness is really at stake here. What it is, what that means, is it legitimate, right? Where does the legitimacy of the modern state of China come from? It doesn't come from the Bible. It comes from this diplomatic thought in the 70s because of the result of a civil war in the 40s. Where does the People's Republic of China come from? Well, Mao Zedong won the Civil War, and eventually the U.S. made a deal, and that's where it comes from. Now, on some other level, they have their legitimacy from Confucius and from this idea that they are the Middle Kingdom. They're this 5,000-year-old culture. So there's this legal framework about the current regime, and there's this civilizational framework about their history in this region around this river and all the rest of it. It's, you could say, the Chineseness of China. And the same goes for other countries. Where does...
I'm opposed to ethno-states generally. I think ethno-states are bad.
the sovereignty of a country like the United States come from? Well, the Revolution and the Constitution and the Declaration and this sort of thing. When we're talking about Israel's right to exist and why we have to defend them, and excuse me, my nose is itching, what makes them special, it has to do with the Bible, as we just laid out. Where does that claim come from? Well, they say that the God of the Bible gave them the land. And even though they weren't living there for 2,000 years, they came back to collect on that. They got kicked out by the Romans, and so they lived in exile as a diaspora for 2,000 years, and now they're coming back. And what legitimized this return to their land? The Bible. So, at stake here is really that claim. If they're coming back to Israel, if they're coming back to this territory and claiming it, well, the question is, what does the Bible actually say? And about who and what people? And this is the part of Tucker's interview that I did not like at all. And I've heard this said a lot in this same conversation. People like to say, well, if Israel's right to exist is built upon this biblical claim, they want to attack the continuity of this biblical people. So if Israel has this right to exist because God told Abraham, your descendants get this territory, and people claiming to be Jews from Central and Eastern Europe came there in 1900 to make good on this, well, some people like to attack the continuity, the through line. And they like to say, well, are the modern Jews really those descendants of Abraham?
That's super interesting. I hadn't thought about it, but I guess after looking it up, Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, and Sephardic all do have, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? They have DNA that goes back to that region and that time, roughly.
In other words, are they really the beneficiary of that land grant?
I don't believe anybody is the beneficiary of any land grant from 3,000 years ago or whatever. And I don't even believe in the Bible anyway. So no one is the beneficiary of any land grant.
We might say, in ancient history, God gave this ancient people this land. Well, now some people showed up and they say, we are those people. And guys like Tucker want to say, okay, well, are you really the same guys? Do you have that lineage? If you do, well, then I guess we have to litigate that. But if you don't, then you have no claim. Maybe you're some kind of interloper. And maybe somewhere along the way, some other people wanted to hijack this and get in the middle of that process and say, well, we have this heritage, we're claiming it, and we're claiming the land that comes with it. And so in the same interview, and sort of along, you can maybe see the continuity here, along exactly the same line where Tucker says, where does Israel get its right to exist? What is that right? Tucker also questions the continuity of the Jewish people. And he says to Huckabee that all the Jews in Israel are Ashkenazi, and the Ashkenazi come from Central and Eastern Europe.
That's not true, though. There are a lot of Mizrahi Jews who come from the Middle East, and there are also Sephardic Jews who are from Russia and Spain. And apparently they all have DNA that kind of goes back to the region in that time 3,000 years ago. Not that it matters to me. I don't give a fuck if you have DNA that directly ties you to Abraham, like one-to-one match. It's completely irrelevant. You can't take other people's houses that they live in right now. Like, that's not okay. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to me if you are Jewish or not. You can't take someone's shit.
That's actually what Ashkenazi means. It means German. And Yiddish is form of German. Or it's, I should say it branched off of German at one point in time.
The language? Did it? I don't know. Is that true? Yiddish came about around the year 900 CE. And Hebrew is a recently revived language. It did not exist as a language until fairly recently.
And so Tucker says the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is Polish. He's from Eastern Europe. What does he have to do with the Bible? What does he have to do with the people of the book and Abraham?
Well, like I said, these people, like, they do have the lineage that goes back to that region, the Levant or whatever. But it doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck if he has lineage that takes him back there. You can't steal someone else's house, period.
And this is the story from Times of Israel. This is the quote. It says, Carlson also questioned whether modern Jews were the same nation as Jews in the biblical era. Carlson said, quote, God promised this land from modern-day Iraq to modern-day Egypt to this people, the Jews, Abraham's descendants. Who are his descendants now, and how do we know who they are? He said the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here. Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to? And this I didn't like, because as a matter of fact, let us just say this at the outset, it is a matter of fact that the Jews in Israel descend from the Middle East. The Mizrahi Jews, Sephardic Jews, and Ashkenazi Jews, they all descend from the Middle East.
They do. I looked this up.
How do we know that, Tucker? Well, if this wasn't a rhetorical question and you actually bothered to ask, we have genetic testing. We do have modern genetic testing, which shows that Ashkenazi Jews have Levantine DNA that goes back 2,500 years to the Middle East. How do we know? There's no way to know. Well, we have science, we have genetic tests, and these people do have Levantine DNA. They did mix with Europeans. They have Eastern European DNA. They have Central European DNA. But they also have Levantine DNA. So these are not a people that are completely separate from Israel. They do have a legitimate claim that they are from the Middle East. So to pretend like we don't know or that it's even contestable is not true. And it's almost to the point of a reckless disregard for the truth. It's almost a lie of its own creation, a lie of...
I wonder what Nick Fuentes' goal is here. Like, what point is he trying to make exactly? I'm not sure. I can't tell. What?
Of its own type. To say, we can't possibly know. How do we know? Netanyahu comes from Poland. Okay, and, so what? Anglo-Saxons come from modern-day northern Germany and Denmark. Okay, so what? Yes, people from Poland also came from elsewhere. And some Polish people are native, and some Polish people came from the Middle East. And they are Jews. And to pretend as though we don't know that, to cast aspersions on this, and actually to insinuate that they have no Jewish DNA or that there's no way to know or that we don't know, is irresponsible. And
it's not helping the cause, because people can see you for the liar that you are. Like, they can just take a DNA test and easily disprove what you're saying here. That's interesting.
Honestly, I think it's a lie. To say this as a rhetorical question, asking, how do we know Netanyahu comes from Poland? It obfuscates the truth. Ashkenazi Jews have been proven scientifically with genetic testing to be descended from the Middle East, to be Levantine, to be Jews. So what are you really getting at here? Don't play dumb and stop asking rhetorical questions. They are Jewish, and we know they're Jewish. And this is something that I see all the time now. There's all sorts of different narratives coming from different places. Some anti-Zionist Jews or anti-Zionist leftists will use this argument. I see Muslims make
Anti-Zionist leftists will make this argument. I'm sorry, man. I don't believe you. I've never heard this before in my life.
this argument. They say these people in Israel are Europeans. They say it like it's a bad thing. They say Netanyahu's Polish. He's not a real Jew. Now, how do they characterize Israel? They characterize Israel as another white supremacist colony.
Nonsense. The left is not portraying Israel as a white supremacist colony. Please.
That's where that goes. It's Muslim third worldists, leftists, and how they characterize this with that narrative is they say that Israel is just another example of white supremacist colonialism.
Nonsense. Nobody is saying that. I looked this up out of curiosity. This is pretty much completely fabricated. There are a couple of people who say this. By and large, this does not exist as an argument. This is completely fabricated.
They think we don't know any better. They say that Muslim, indigenous brown people are being displaced by whites from Europe. And their Judaism, well, that's just an elaborate facade for age-old white supremacy.
No one is saying this.
And they think they're tricking everybody. That's that narrative. And I see this all day long. They say those aren't real Jews. Those are Europeans. And what does this do other than serve to vilify white people? Huh? What does that actually do other than blame white people for what Jews are doing? Netanyahu is a Jew. Epstein is a Jew. Okay? Adelson, Ronald Lauder, these are Jews.
Dude, he has this bizarre hatred for Jews. I mean, it is fucking weird.
They're visibly Jewish. They have Jewish lineage, Jewish DNA.
Yet no one on the left cares what their skin color is. And besides that, Jews have only recently been considered white. White, by the way, is an exclusionary title. Like, white people decide who is white and exclude people pretty much completely arbitrarily.
And they are part of the Jewish nation. And to suddenly say, oh, no, they're Polish, they're German. Now you're just blaming white people. And this is a way of maybe offloading the guilt onto a people we're more comfortable blaming. Haven't white people been blamed for enough of the world's problems?
Please, such a fucking victim, dude. Haven't I been blamed enough for things? I'm so mistreated. As a filthy fucking rich millionaire, I'm so mistreated.
It's sort of like when conservatives used to love blaming white liberals for everything. BLM rioting? No, that's not black people looting the liquor store. That's white liberals pretending to be black. Remember that one?
No. What's he talking about? I'm sorry, let me find this out.
For everything. BLM rioting? No, that's not black people looting the liquor store. That's white liberals pretending to be black. Remember?
I have no idea. I don't even know what I would search for to find the answer to this.
That one? Because we're not comfortable blaming black people for problems. Only white people are ever the problem. Oh, you want to know who really runs the world? It's rich white people. Yeah, it's rich white liberals like Bill Gates. Because we're more comfortable blaming our own kind.
Okay, I don't categorize people in my own kind that way. And it's honestly fucking psychotic that you do.
Our own rich people, our own women, our own young people. Yeah, blame the white college students, blame the white women, blame the wealthy white people, blame the white hipsters or hippies. What does that serve to do other than offload guilt from one ethnic minority to white people yet again? For leftists, for third worldists, for Muslims who can say Israel is a creation of the British Empire. It's a remnant of Sykes-Picot. It's a remnant of the old days of European colonialism. That's all that does, and I don't like that. Netanyahu's not a white guy. Netanyahu's a Jew. Okay? That's one. Now, I hear this other narrative all the time that they're Khazarian. You hear this one?
Oh, my God. Yeah, the Khazarian mafia. The Khazars were a group that converted to Judaism like thousands of years ago, I believe. And now they claim that they're not real Jews, that they're imposters who are like trying to control the world or whatever. I mean, it's all just conspiracy theory nonsense all the way down.
Everybody says, you know, it's really red-pilled. They're not really Jewish. They say that in the Middle Ages, the Khazarian Turks from the Central Asian steppe invaded Europe, and then they became Jewish. Why did they do this? To what end? Who knows? How this happened without being recorded in history? Anybody's guess. There's no rigor here. Nothing matters.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Somewhere along the way in the Middle Ages, some Turkic mountaineers, some Turkic riders, horsemen from Central Asia came here, put down roots, and became Jewish. And so they're trans-Jewish. They're like transgenders. Now they're Jewish. And for whatever reason, they were just some minority in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and then got kicked around a bunch. And then,
dude, it's wild to me how this guy talks so fucking much. I think he talks for 2-3 hours per day, not reacting to a single damn thing. How does he do that? Like, I react to shit. I don't understand how he just talks for 2.5-3 hours straight every single day. He's got to have a teleprompter, right?
and then I guess deluded themselves into thinking they're Jewish and decided to create Zionism. I don't even know what the idea is there. But that's the big idea, is that there was a break in the continuity, that somewhere along the way in the Middle Ages, some other people identified as Jewish, and the modern Jews are sort of a construction, a modern construction. And some other group of people engaged in constructivism and said, well, we're Jewish now. We have the Jewish identity. Now we're Israelis. And some people say, no, the really red-pilled thing is that this is the Khazarian Empire. This is some obscure Central Asian Turkic
it's conspiracy theories all the way down with these people, all the way down.
Kingdom that became Jewish and has just been living the lie for 1,300 years. And now they're in Israel for some reason. I hear this one too. And once again, you have to wonder, what is even the point of that?
Right?
And then you realize, who is the number one beneficiary of both of these narratives? It's Jews.
Okay.
Who is the number one? If you go out there and say, oh, Netanyahu's not a real Jew. As a matter of fact, none of the Israelis are. Who's the number one beneficiary of that narrative? Well, it would be Orthodox Jews. Maybe the Lubavitchers. It would be some group of Jews who believe that they are the real Jews. And they feel that they are being blamed for what Israel is doing or what Netanyahu is doing. Doesn't that sort of fit neatly? Tucker always likes to say, well, the problem isn't Jews. That's crazy. Don't talk about Jews. That's anti-Semitic. Tucker says the problem is neocons. Forget about Judaism, Jewishness, the Jewish nation, Jewish... No, nothing to do with that. He literally sat face to face with me and seriously said that Judaism has nothing to do with Israel. Judaism has nothing to do with neoconservatism. Okay? The problem is neocons. The problem is Netanyahu. And Netanyahu is not even a real Jew. He's Polish. Interesting. And Candace Owens says it's Khazarians. Oh, Israel's an evil state, but Israel's all Khazarians.
As we know, Candace Owens is fucking insane. anyone can be Jewish. Just convert, give up Jesus, follow Judaism, follow Jewish God, study, and go before a board to test. Yeah. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. Hitler tried to turn it into a race. Race isn't real, okay? Race is fictitious. It's a fabrication. It's a pseudoscientific category that didn't exist really until the 1700s. There was ethnocentrism before the 1700s. There was, the belief that certain groups were better than others, but racial identity did not exist in its current form until fairly recently. Seriously, it really didn't. And Hitler applied that racial kind of qualification or application. He applied it to Jews. When in reality, it was a religion. It was always a religion. But anyway, yeah. These people will look for any reason to hate the people that they don't like. So, in reality, if you want to be Jewish, then you can convert to Judaism.
None of them are real Jews. So who's the beneficiary of this? Well, it's all those Israel-critical Jews, all these Orthodox Jews, conservatives in America, that they don't want to be blamed for what Netanyahu is doing, for what Israel is doing. But this is a lie. Like I said, genetically, these people are Jewish, in Israel and Netanyahu too. And maybe more importantly, everything that Israel is doing, it doesn't come from, people say it's these Frankists. This doesn't come from Jacob Frank. This doesn't come from the Central Asian steppe, and it doesn't come from Poland. You know where this idea comes from, that they have greater Israel? It comes from the Hebrew Bible. You know where this idea comes from, that they're going to wipe out all their enemies? It's the story of Amalek. It comes from the Hebrew Bible. In a word, it comes from Judaism. Where did Jews get the big idea that they can kill everybody that is an idolater? It comes from their Talmud.
Again, he's talking about extremists right now, nationalist nutcases who are detached from reality and want to control things in an extremist type of situation. There are those types of people in Christianity as well, in the United States, Christian nationalists, obviously. But he applies this uniquely to Jews because he thinks in two-dimensional terms.
It comes from their fucking holy book. You don't need to invent some esoteric satanic cult. You don't need to invent some interloping other ethnicity. This is who they are. They have the lineage to the original Jews who rejected and killed Christ.
Which he, of course, hates them for.
Who were corrupted, who rejected their own Messiah, and were punished for it by being kicked out of their temple and their land. And all of these perverted ideas, well, that's just the Hebrew Bible without Christ. That's just the law without Christ. That's the Pharisees without Christ. That's where they get the idea that everybody that stands in their way should not be shown mercy or love. That's where they get the idea that they're going to
listen to Nick Fuentes, of all people, saying anybody who stands in our way shouldn't be shown mercy or love, and that's a bad thing. Like, the irony.
Wipe out the women and the children in pursuit of their birthright, in pursuit of their land. It comes from Judaism itself, this perverse bastard religion that did not accept the Messiah. That's what Judaism is. It is a bastard religion. The Hebrew Bible had its fulfillment in Christ.
He's like, that's what Jews are. It's a bastard religion. Listen to this dude talking about bastard religions.
That's what it is. That's who the prophets were. That's what the mark was on the doors in Egypt. That's what it's all pointing towards. That's what it was all for. That's what they paved the way to have in the end, from Adam and Eve, through Noah, through Abraham, through...
I prefer to believe that it was actually Adam and Steve, not Adam and Eve, but okay.
Moses, David, Solomon, all the way through to Christ. And now it's done. What exists now, what they call Judaism, halakhic, what they call the law, the Talmud, is a bastardization. It's effectively a form of a heresy. So who are we trying to protect when we say it's not those real Jews? I'm sorry, what's a real Jew?
Again, like, he is not a Christian Zionist, so it makes sense that he would be saying all of this. But this is like a religious disagreement here that exists. And honestly, all religion is kind of fucking nonsensical in a lot of ways. Like the religious ideologies are fucking nonsense. So it makes sense to me that he would have a disagreement with a lot of these people. But these disagreements are legitimate on either side. Like, you can look at either side of these disagreements and neither one of them have the higher ground ideologically. Like, they're both kind of nonsensical trash. Anti-Zionist religious ideology and Zionist religious ideology are both nonsense.
The Pharisees that put him on the cross, that's a real Jew. We're supposed to be okay with that? No. I see somebody say, Candace Owen said the other day, she goes, God's chosen would never do this. Hey, I have a news flash for you. It was God's chosen that put him on the cross, genius.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
What do you think happened there? Calvary, whatever happened there? She goes, God's chosen people would never be this heinous. I'm sorry, did you miss the ending there? Did you fall asleep before the end of the drama of the Gospels? That's the whole story. God's chosen people rejected their own Messiah, their own gift. They traded him for Barabbas. They demanded he be executed and crucified. He was betrayed by his own brother.
You know what's interesting about this? The Romans executed Jesus, not the Jews. They were not responsible for this, really. They didn't like him, but it was a Roman affair. And the New Testament was written to be very negative about Jews. Like, they were trying to turn people against Judaism. In the New Testament. And yeah, it did, like, people want to blame Jews for it, but it just wasn't the Jews that did this, really.
His own disciple. And then you say, I can't believe they're doing this all the... Well, what do you think happens? 2,000 years without the light of Christ? They've got the Mishnah, they've got their commandments, they've got their traditions, their synagogues, their rabbis, but they don't have their temple. It was taken from them. They don't have the veil, the land. It was taken from them. And they don't have the Logos. They don't have the Christ. They don't have the light of God. So how could it be anything other than corrupted and perverted? And people are trying to go out and say, it's the Polish, it's a white supremacist thing, it's neocons,
Nobody on the left is saying it's a white supremacist thing. This is completely made up. Come on.
it's Khazarians. No, this is just these people now persisting. Genetically, they're Jewish. Culturally, they're Jewish. They derive their supremacist ideology, their national feelings, chauvinism from this text.
You know what's interesting to me is the reason they have to point the finger at other groups and claim that these aren't the real Jews is, at least in part for some of these groups, because of British Israelism, which is like a foundational piece of KKK ideology. where the KKK believe that white people are the real Jews. And it's fascinating to listen to these people just like completely make shit up, just right off the top of their heads, seemingly.
And we have to be very clear about that. No, I'm sorry. We're not going to blame white people for Israel. Not going to happen. And we can't be deluded about the nature of the real issue here. And the reason I say it's an issue, it ties back into Jewish nationalism. When Joe Lonsdale says that young men should look up to Cyrus, the Jewish Messiah,
Wait, Cyrus wasn't the Jewish Messiah. He was Persian, not Jewish in any way, and he freed the Jews from captivity in Babylon. That's real. That really did actually happen historically. And they appreciated him because he treated Jews equal to other people, I guess.
You see, this guy has not let go of his Jewish national feelings. When Steve Saylor says that if the Goyim ever found out that Jews were smarter than them, we would come for them with the pitchforks and torches.
Who the fuck said this? Who is this person? He doesn't represent Jews generally.
They have not let go of their Jewish nationalism. Same with Curtis Yarvin and his little lackey.
Okay, Yarvin is a fucking nutcase. I don't know about it being Jewish or whatever, but he's insane.
Same with Alex Karp, who's afraid the Christians are going to throw him out of a window. Okay, we have to be realistic about what is going on here. And we can't say that all these people are just Khazarians living a lie, or they're Frankists keeping this dynastic secret that they're a cult. And we can't blame white people for them either, because that's not what it is. So, in many ways,
I'm so confused by this whole rant that he just went on. What a bizarre thing.
The interview is very good. In other ways, the interview is deeply flawed. And this, ironically, or maybe not ironically, is Tucker's contention with me. When you see Tucker calling me an anti-Semite all the time, and when he goes and qualifies everything that he says by saying it has nothing to do with Jews and Judaism and Israel, keep this in mind. They want to keep the conversation on Netanyahu and neocons in Israel, and they don't want to talk about the bigger issue here. It's a story of peoples. It's a story of nations. And these things have a draw on us. Our mythology, our story, our parents, our nationality, it tugs on the heartstrings of men. And so to look at our country, which is being influenced and controlled by Jews, by a Jewish class.
It's really not. The country of Israel has co-opted some people in the U.S. government, but no more than any other country out there. Like Russia is way more influential in our politics and things like that.
You have to look at their affinity for their Jewish nation and stop pretending it's all ideological, looking for, ideas to blame. It's the neocons. It's people that feel a certain way. It's this group. And unless we get a handle on that and we promote a version of Jewish identity that is compatible with America, we're not really addressing the root cause here. And I'm not saying that people can't be Jewish. And I'm not saying that people can't embrace their Jewish identity. But it has to be done in a way with some deference to the country they reside in. And if they can't do it, then they can't have power over us. You want to be a Jewish supremacist? I don't care that much as long as you just live far the fuck away from me and you don't have $50 billion to spend in my elections.
I don't like that Israel is fucking with our elections either. But again, it's not like some secret cabal or whatever, like people want to make out.
That's a problem. And you want to be Jewish and celebrate that and everything? Okay, good for you, but you better put America first. You got to look out for everybody in this country, and you got to recognize this is a Christian European country.
Unfortunately, people can live however they want in the United States. They don't have to look out for Christians or Europeans specially.
That goes every way, shape, and form, not just for the immigrants. I see guys like Stephen Miller, they say, oh, you know, these brown people need to assimilate. No, you need to assimilate, you arrogant Jew.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. He is insane. Nick Fuentes is, I mean. And Stephen Miller. They're both fucking insane, honestly.
You need to assimilate.
Like, in what way does Stephen Miller need to assimilate? How is he not, like, an American? I don't understand this.
Stephen Miller with his Jewish wife and his Jewish kids, and all they talk about is how Jewish they are and they're pro-Israel. And Stephen Miller, people want to give him kudos because he's against brown people and black people, telling them to assimilate. Hey, you first, pal, you arrogant Jew. You assimilate. Then we'll talk about the rest of these people. Here's the difference. Illegal immigrants, they're running they're running a corner store. You're the deputy chief of staff. So who's really the issue here? People talk about, oh, you know, these immigrants need to assimilate. Hey, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. But illegal immigrants, okay, they're picking berries. They're on a farm somewhere. Miriam Adelson is spending $100 million per cycle. So where's really the urgency? I mean, it's actually a little bit hard to pick, but the difference is one group seems to have a lot more agency.
That's interesting. So he says Jews are the problem, not immigrants, Jews. Jesus fucking Christ. He thinks in two-dimensional terms. Everything that he says about any group is all two-dimensional garbage. It's wild, dude. The vast majority of Jews in the United States are just people living their fucking lives.
And power, and you can never say this to them. And the other group, people have a field day. So those are the flaws of the interview. And I see this narrative being promoted. Don't be deceived by this. Don't be deceived. They do it with Epstein. They do it with Netanyahu. They want to say Epstein wasn't really Jewish. He's a vampire, cannibal, Khazarian. Netanyahu's Polish. He's a dude from Poland. What is that? That's not true. And I think it's a very deceptive narrative. I wonder who's really behind that. Because it's being...
Is it the Jews that's behind it? Like, is that what he's saying? Is he saying, I think he's saying the Jews are behind the claim that the Jews aren't the real Jews. Is that the idea here?
Being promoted. It's being promoted by Alexander Dugin. It's being promoted by Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Ian Carroll, Ron Unz. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think he's saying the Jews are behind the anti-Semitism. So they can be victims or whatever. Like, what the fuck?
And it seems very Russian.
Oh. Okay. Is he saying it was Russians that are behind it?
That's my feeling. It seems very Russian. Seems like the Orthodox Jews like that little narrative. So Americans need to get hip. Okay, we need to get wise. Figure out what the real situation is.
Need to get hip. And as we know, it's hip to be square. So I think we should all be squares. Although generally I prefer circular, personally.
But that's that. We're going to move on. This is a 2-hour monologue. So we got to move on and get into the super chats. We're going to take a look at all this. We'll see what you guys have to say about this.
Anyway, Jesus Christ, dude. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. That was like a long, rambling, confusing fucking mess that I still don't think I fully understand. My God, get help. All right, let's keep listening. This is Nick Fuentes. He's about to talk about the Jews and how evil they are and how they're controlling everything. You know, it's the neo-Nazi that he is. Let's give this a listen. It's insane.
Let me get set up here. And we'll see what we got going on.
It's hip to be square.
All right, let's take a look.
It's always fascinating to get like a glimpse into Fuentes' audience and how unglued from reality they are.
Martin Man sent $20. Morocco changes their time zone only for the month of Ramadan to make sunset earlier and fasting easier. Muslims try to trick God just like Jews. Different color star of Rimfran on their flag. Same BS. Sneeko better watch out for these people.
Is that true?
Morocco changes their time zone only for the month of Ramadan to make sunset earlier and fasting easier. Muslims try to trick God just like Jews. Different color star of Remfran on their flag. Same BS. Sneeko better watch out for these people. Because, of course, Sneeko is not only anti-Semitic, but also Muslim, I believe. Let's see. Morocco changes their time zone only for the month of Ramadan to make sunset earlier and fasting easier. You say different color star of Remfran on their flag. No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. Time zone thing is true. Morocco permanently adopted daylight savings time in 2018, but they revert to standard time, specifically during Ramadan each year. Wow, UTC plus 0. That's their time zone. UTC plus 0. That's fascinating. I didn't know that. So Morocco is like right on the equator or whatever, apparently. In practice, this means sunset during Ramadan is 1 hour earlier than the rest of the year, which shortens the fasting day. They literally just did it again. Clocks went back on February 15th for Ramadan 2026 and will go forward again on March 22nd. Morocco World News is where that came from. That's very interesting. It's apparently an unusual global policy. Okay.
Yeah, well, whatever.
And regarding the Star of Remfan, that's a common anti-Semitic conspiracy framing. Morocco's flag has a green pentagram, five-pointed star, called the Seal of Solomon in Moroccan tradition. The Star of Remfan claim comes from a reading of Acts 7:43 in the Bible, where Stephen references the Israelites worshiping a star associated with a pagan deity. White nationalists and certain conspiracy circles use this to claim that the Star of David, six-pointed, not five, is actually a pagan/satanic symbol, and they extend it to any star symbol on any flag to weave it into their grand narrative about secret Jewish/occult control. Interesting. Okay, I've never heard that before.
I mean, there's better arguments against Islam than that, but that's kind of funny.
Ortho Crusader sent $20. Your Croatian Chicago Archbishop called for the canonization of a Nazi Catholic priest that aided the genocide of white Serbs in World War II. How do you feel about that?
Oh, Croatian Chicago Archbishop called for the canonization of a Nazi Catholic priest that aided the genocide of white Serbs in World War II.
I don't really care about that
Bethmari 77
at all.
Bethmari 777.
It's always these like Eastern Europeans. This Croat said something about Serbia. I really don't care about it. You know, you lose me with that. Who gives a fuck about any of that? Seriously.
I'm just lost. Yeah, I have no idea what they're talking about here.
Serbians, Croats, Bosniaks,
I thought they were called Croats.
Albanians. Okay. I guess, bro. Like, you guys figure it out amongst yourselves. I'm not really interested in that.
Bethmari 777 sent $20.
You guys never had an empire, you know? Like, I care about Italians, Germans, French, British, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, you know, but it's like all these little niggas fighting over there.
I'm sorry. I don't know why he does this. Because he thinks it's edgy. That's why. The whole thing is built on being edgy, honestly.
All got raped by Muslims. All got raped by...
He usually says it a second time, so buckle up for that.
...the Ottoman Empire. You're all fighting each other all the time. Like, I don't know, man. Just go squat somewhere else. You go and squat and drink your vodka somewhere else.
777 sent $20. Thank you for that epic monologue on the religious liberty expulsion and for aiding me to come back to the CC. Also, where is Melania Trump, RFK Jr. Marco Rubio and the Dem Catholics as well?
Hey, I'm glad you took my apology, Beth. I do apologize. I'm very apologetic. I was very not nice to you. But yeah, we got to look out for our girl. And it is an important story. You were right. Where's Melania Trump, RFK Jr., Rubio? I know.
What, are they all Catholic? Is that what he's saying?
You know how it goes. No, these Catholics, they're not like Jews. We need to fight for ourselves and for our people the way Jews do, but
And while we're at it, fight for our right to party, right?
they just don't.
Worthwhile Miles sent $20. Love you, bro. Inspired me to stick up for myself and take my own side. Real nigga shit. Embarrassing that it took a life.
There you go. I mean, the audience is just insufferable, too. They're all insufferable shitheads.
Streamer for me to do what is necessary, but it is what it is. Wang.
Excuse me. Okay, well, I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but sounds kind of ominous. Glad to hear it, though,
Xena
I
7 Pro
guess.
I sent $20. Hey Nick, with the Strait of Hormuz/Gulf of Oman restricting trade due to the inevitable U.S. strikes, are there any critical imports from UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Kuwait, etc. that will affect the average U.S. consumer/businesses? What would the second or third order consequences be whenever this happens? Much love and be safe.
No. These are petrostates, so they don't make anything. The biggest impact is going to... These are just like... I love when people think they're asking a really good question. What other imports are there? Okay, what do you know about Emirates? And what do you think Emirates makes? Why do you think they're rich, idiot? You think it's because they make stuff?
What the fuck? He is such a shithead, dude.
They're towel heads with fucking oil, stupid.
Jesus Christ.
Before that, they were making pearls. You know that? Before you had Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, you had the Trucial states, and it was pearls, harvesting pearls. And then they discovered liquid gold. They're towel heads with camels with oil. Nigga said, and they're in...
I knew it was coming. He's like on a streak now where he wants to fit it in as much as he can, even when it doesn't make any sense.
Any other critical imports? It's oil, dipshit, obviously. What would the second order consequence? Nigger thinks he's asking a smart question. What are the second order consequences? Hey, idiot, what do you think? Oil and gas is going to get, there will be a smaller supply of oil and gas, so the price will go up, and then you just figure it out. We need oil and gas. They're crazy. Bro really thought he cooked. Bro really...
I'm just jumping forward to the next question because I want him to get out of the N-word phase because it's not funny. All right, here.
Figure that one out, you know.
Mike sent $25. Gun to your head, eat a Nashville hot chicken sandwich or answer 3 hours of $20 super chats uninterrupted. Love you, guy.
Okay.
Randall from Recess sent $25. James Fishback.
It's degrading.
Randall from Recess sent $25.
degrading.
James Fishback's comments about adultery were kinda gay, but Pearl is a woman and needs to leave politics to the men. Carrie Prejean is a very nice lady, but let's be real, Mel Gibson should have represented Catholicism at the commission. Also, congrats on the live action My Gym Partner's a Monkey series with you and Sneeko.
Whoa, holy edgy. Don't cut yourself on the edge
sent $20.
there.
This is for a dog named Sassy.
Like him saying this, of all people, Nick Fuentes saying don't cut yourself on the edge. Are you kidding me right now?
Whose time came today. She was always America first. May she rest in peace. Less than 3.
You know, I'm very sympathetic, but, you know, this is a little over the top. I'm very sympathetic. I get it. You lost your pet. I'm sorry for you, but, like, it's a little over the top. I'm not going to mourn your dog, okay? I didn't know your dog. I'm sorry that happened to you. It sucks when that happens to you. I'm not going to mourn your dog. You know, that's a stretch. I see some pretty out there. Some people say, like, my wife's cousin's neighbor has a problem, pray for us. And it's like, of course, always. But, you know, this is like a stretch. I am sorry to hear that, though. I'm sorry for you. But let's, like, come on now. Come on now.
What? Like, you can't mourn a pet? I don't understand. I'm sorry for you, but what's a stretch?
Matt US sent $20. With the Democrat filibuster and threat of a Democrat filibuster preventing Trump and the Republicans from pushing any major legislation through, why don't the Republicans employ the nuclear option more frequently? Do they just care that little about their constituents, or are there other implications?
No. I'll tell you why they don't employ the nuclear option more frequently. Because they know that when Democrats take over, they will be at risk of using the nuclear option. And then they're all fucked. Then Republicans won't have a shot at winning anything ever again. That's why they don't use the nuclear option, obviously.
Because they are not a revolutionary force. This is what I am telling you. The Republicans and the Democrats are a uni-party. It's life or
Oh, give it a fucking rest, dude. They're not a uniparty.
death for us. It is not life or death for them. We need urgency. We need momentum. We need to make things happen. We need to win.
What a wild thing to say. It's not life or death for Democrats. It's life or death for Republicans. What are you talking about? People literally, like the Trump administration, the Republican Party, literally murdering people in the streets. And it's Republicans' lives who are at risk? What?
Republicans don't care about winning. Win, lose, it doesn't matter. You pass the legislation, you don't pass the legislation, whatever. I got to win my next election. I got other stuff to worry about. So Republicans and Democrats are basically in a handshake where they're going to prevent anything from happening. The Senate is going to slow everything down. We're not going to pass any legislation ever. You know?
That's true. Republicans are fucked completely. And honestly, either way, I don't think they're going to be winning an election for a generation. Just about. We will not know how intensely Republicans are going to lose until after the midterms, but there's definitely going to be a shift. And soon. We're already seeing shifting.
So yeah, it just has to do with, I think there's basically an agreement to protect the status quo.
CISO Stitz sent $100. Nick, new to the scene, not the world. Trying to give you money was as hard as navigating the American healthcare system. I understand it's the little guys with the little hats. Dude, we live in a circus controlled by clowns. If they call you a jester, then I am the Joker and the game is afoot. We do not fear, for God is with us, brother in Christ.
Okay, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate
Sprinkles
it.
sent $20. No message from me. I'm too busy at the titty bar.
Very good.
Jackson 402 sent $20. Sup, brother? What the fuck happened to Elusive Nut? George sent $25.
Honestly, it's a bit of a side note, but I think OnlyFans is kind of destructive. Like, I'm all for people being allowed to enjoy adult entertainment, but I feel like OnlyFans specifically is very exploitative and wrong. I don't know. I'm just not a fan. I just don't think we should have it, but whatever.
Cortisol check. Notice that X has become one grifter after the next, attempting to purity spiral, denouncing any and everyone as predators, pedos, groomers for virtue, clown and cash. The civilizational timeline has reached another milestone for stupidity. Feminism's wrecking ball continues.
Feminism's wrecking ball continues. Okay.
Brandon sent $60. Thank you for everything you have taught me over the years. I also appreciate your consistency on the issues, even though it causes many low IQ people turn on you.
Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. We have to tell the truth. It's not worth it if we're not telling the truth. I could be the cheerleader for the JQ division or whatever.
The Jewish question division is what he's saying. The Jewish question is Hitler's euphemism for the final solution, which is another euphemism for killing Jews, basically. The Jewish question, the immigrant problem. How do we deal with the immigrant problem? And of course, we know that his solution to the quote-unquote immigrant problem was murdering them all brutally. So anyway, that's what he's talking about.
I care about the truth. We have to get it right.
Cameron Gibson sent $20. Spent the week in Chicago on a business trip coming from the South. The architecture and scale of everything makes every southern city look like dog shit. Chicago is America. Love the show.
Okay, holy glaze. The glaze
Ross
is
Creations
crazy.
sent $20. If, tomorrow, I tell the press that, like, a space shuttle full of school teachers will be blown up, nobody panics, because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old possum will plummet out of the atmosphere on a failed trip to Mars, well then everyone loses their minds.
What? I'm so lost.
I don't really get the reference.
Yeah, I have no fucking clue what he's talking about right now.
Roy sent $20. SC ruled Trump's tariffs illegal. Government collected 150B. Corporations get full refunds plus interest from our tax dollars. We already paid higher prices. No refunds for us, and prices aren't coming back down. Hit once with inflated costs. Hit again when our money refunds big business. What level chess is this? God
Isn't
bless.
it awesome? Yeah, well, and the best...
That's awesome. I love it. This dude is saying we paid higher prices in tariffs because they passed the cost on to the consumer, of course. That's how tariffs work. And now that the Supreme Court has ruled tariffs illegal, corporations are getting the refund. So the corporations, basically it was a wealth transfer from the poor disproportionately to the corporations. And this is just okay with everyone, I guess. You voted for it. No, not exactly. They voted for this. They wanted this. Every part of this is their doing. Now you're bitching about it? Please.
The best part is he just messed it up. If you actually look into it, there is a mechanism to do this. Trump had tariffs in his first term. They're still there. Trump has other tariffs. They weren't even challenged in court. Supreme Court looked at him and said, "You're good." It is because Trump just blew it. He used the wrong vehicle to get
Because he's an idiot, obviously.
the tariffs. And what's funny is everybody in his first term told him, Robert Lighthizer, who was at the trade office in the first term, told him, don't use this. Don't use this emergency economic measure to get the tariffs. It's not going to hold up in court. They didn't use it in the first term. They told him that in the second term. They said, don't use this. It's going to get overturned. He said, I'll take the risk because, we just need to do it. And now it's all bullshit. And now they're just doing what they should have done a year ago, which is do the investigations for the national security tariffs. And honestly, you know what they should have done? They just should have passed a law. Just get Congress to pass a law, implement a 10% tariff across the board.
Yeah, but laws are very difficult to overturn. So Trump doesn't want to do things through legislating because he wants more control over it than that is the issue.
But we blew it. We blew it. And now it's over. So, Trump will come and go. The tariffs go with him. It's over.
Anthem Arizona Groy % $20. Fuent and LOG. You have to dissociate with Sneeko. He is now at the wee-whizzing stage.
Oh, I do?
Anthem
Okay.
Arizona Groy % $20. The Republic of Kiribati is a 3-hour flight just south of Hawaii, yet exactly 24 hours ahead.
That's crazy.
I don't know why I give a fuck about that, why this person is even bringing it up, or why it matters.
Kiribati is actually how it's pronounced. But yeah, that's crazy.
Hot Dog Alex said $25. If you, as a Mexican, get to marry a white girl, then I, as a white man, should be allowed to marry either a full Asian or a half Asian with a white mom.
Yeah, that tracks.
Ray per Groy % $20. Gavin Newsom says something based about black people being retarded or whatever, and the right is doing this pathetic attempt to discredit him by calling him racist. Newsom is going to rave Vance in 28.
I don't know about that, but
I haven't heard that. I have no idea what he's talking about. He's saying that Gavin Newsom said something racist, and now the right is virtue signaling? Is that what it is?
yeah.
Groy % $20. Sneeko
Whatever.
thinks Epstein ate kids and Charlie Kirk was martyred by Israel. Nick, dude, imagine the conversation that Jeffrey Epstein and Charlie Kirk are having right now. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Because, of course, they're both in heaven, right? Epstein and Charlie Kirk are both in heaven having a conversation. What the fuck?
That was kind of
Bugman
funny.
sent $20. Hey, Apple. Ruby219 sent $20. Ariel Pink talks some mild trash on you for 2 minutes in this censored.tv interview starting at 12:20 saying you're an agent of division and Charlie was off because he wasn't. Mad facepalming emoji. He later says Israel didn't commit a genocide.
Yeah, well, Ariel Pink is a Jew, so who cares what he says?
Will Stansel's secret Groy Peralta
Jesus Christ.
sent $25. It's funny.
It's so openly anti-Semitic for no reason.
How you spent weeks debunking the accelerationist Epstein hoaxes and everyone called you a pedo defender. And then 2 weeks later some Redditor tried to shoot Trump because he thought he was a satanic cannibal
Yep.
pedophile. Imagine getting slimed out by the Secret Service because Candace Owens can't read.
Well, and you knew it was coming,
Unwoke
too.
Reply sent $20. Building on Vance is an artifice. Do you view this choice for Catholic conversion as a purposeful design to pull Catholics on the right towards Zionism?
Maybe, who knows?
Subarusale 69 sent $20. Hey Nick, what are your thoughts on the future of BTC and or crypto and the connection to Epstein? Stay dangerous and God bless.
I don't really think there is a huge connection. I mean, it's bigger than Epstein.
CC Red 95 sent $52. This just demonstrates how hollow and wicked you are.
How hollow and wicked you are. I forget about that sometimes. Remember that? Richard Spencer calls me up and says, you are hollow and wicked.
I did not hear about this.
That was crazy. Well, we used to be like enemies. He was like, I'm going to kick your ass. Next time I see you, I'm going to kick your ass. That's what he said to me. And then I pulled up on him. Then I fucking pulled up on him in Alexandria. And I was like, are you going to kick my ass? And he's like, let's just talk. I'm like, yeah. No, but we're cool now. He probably could kick my ass. I'm not. He's way bigger than me. So not like I'm some tough guy. I was with like a bunch of people though, so maybe he didn't want the smoke.
What the fuck?
Say that like he was afraid of me. It's like he's probably 5 inches taller than me.
He should have kicked his ass.
So, but yeah, he called me. I'm gonna kick your next time I see you. I'm gonna kick your ass. I can't be friends with somebody unless we fought. We have to have our first fight. Otherwise, how can we really be friends?
By not fighting?
If we haven't actually had a fight, how can we really ever make a connection?
Listen, Spencer sent $20. You would make a cute cat girl. A goem in abundance.
Really?
Oh, that's funny because there's this whole cat girl thing. Hang on. Wait, let me find some info on this. I totally forgot about this. Hang on. Hang on. I'm just looking for info on this. I'm sorry. 1 second here. All right. So here's an article about it. The Catboy Harem of Nicholas J. Fuentes and Why Cancel Culture is BS. This is on Medium. It's kind of like Facebook. So I don't know if you know this, but word on the street through the grapevine and on the block is that Nick Fuentes, the far-right paleo-conservative identitarian America First, definitely not a Nazi, he's a Nazi figure, person, really likes cat boys. To be clear, there are more disturbing things talk about the high school-educated provocateur than his proclivity for cat-eared men. Like the fact that even though he and I are the same age, he calls himself a Zoomer, and I usually think of myself as a younger millennial, and I guess the white nationalism too, probably. But I also want to start my new year off right, and that's a better sign. I'm sorry. And what's a better sign that this year is going to be great than an entire continent being on fire? The war in Iraq, Part 5, the Iran arc, the Nazis with catboy harems. All right, so here's the story with the catboy thing. A roughly 10-hour video surfaced of Fuentes going on what looked very much like a date with a male influencer known as Catboy Kami, Kami. They went to an arcade together, talked, laughed, flirted, and apparently ended up sharing a room for the night. It became a massive meme and caused real damage to him within far-right circles because Fuentes leads a movement that brands itself as hyper-masculine, traditionalist, Catholic fascist, and militantly homophobic, while simultaneously discouraging dating women, promoting celibacy, and having Fuentes constantly talk about his own virginity. The Catboy episode laid bare the movement's bizarre mixture of puritanical politics and transgressive internet culture. Here's the connection. The influencer who went on the date with literally was a catboy. The guy's online name is Catboy, Kami, Kami. Real name, Tor Brooks. And he's a streamer who adopted the femboy/catboy anime aesthetic. So Catboy isn't a separate thing from the date. The date was with Catboy. That's interesting. Okay, so back to what Fuentes was saying just now.
Make a connection.
Listen, Spencer sent $20. You would make a cute cat girl. A goem in abundance
Really?
sent $25.
That's funny. I can appreciate that.
Joel Webber has been a
one?
great addition to the conversation. We need more types who are from the church speaking on real issues that white men deal with. Earl, have you heard of Stone Choir? I don't think they are Catholic, but they cover issues like Jews, race, MLK, feminism, etc., and they are a Christian platform also.
Yeah. Joel Webben is a fucking monster. He says some really, really evil shit, and he's trying to normalize the F slur for gay people. just an awful, evil human being. Oh, and he hates Jews.
No. I do love Joel Webben. No, but I don't know what that is. Oh, they talk about MLK? Awesome. That's just so 2018. When I see niggas talking about MLK
Oh, here we go again.
Jr. was actually, it's like, dude, 2018 called. They want their hot takes back. They want their posts back. And honestly, I don't know what that is, but what that sounds like is like cringe.
He literally, you are talking about cringe. You are saying that right now, of all people.
I'm going to judge. I don't know who they are, but the way you're saying that, I'm not really enthusiastic.
Having 22 cent $20. Nick, your inspiration enabled me to quit all addictions and return to the Catholic Church. I attend Mass daily with my dad, earn more, and plan to support my aging parents. May Christ bless you.
Good. Love to hear it. Thank you very much.
Real
God
Monsa
bless.
Musa sent $20. At real_Monsa_Musa. Hey Nick, it's me, richest person in history. While I can't spare much gold RN, I wanted to tell you I'm about to take the act and I'm projected to get a 33, but I'll get a 36 for AF.
The ACT. He's going to take the ACT, and I'm projected to get a 33. You're projected to get a 33? Who the fuck projected this? What are you talking about?
Hey, well, good job.
Pragmatic Culture sent $100.
Good job. He didn't even do anything. He said, I'm projecting it.
Did you hear about Shia LaBeouf terrorizing Mardi Gras goers in New Orleans? He just hasn't been the same since Hondu.
Yeah, honestly, who cares? Thank you for the big super chat, though. I don't know. Everybody's talking about that. They're like, oh, Shia LaBeouf is crazy. Dude, he's so pick-me. I feel like everything he does is just performative. Is that just me?
Shia LaBeouf is a fucking monster, I'm sorry to say. Like, not even related to his politics. He's just a bad person. Like, the dude, I understand, killed dogs in some city recently. Like, went around and found stray dogs and just, like, killed them. And for what? I don't know. Just, like, evil fucking shit. I will never watch a Shia LaBeouf film ever again. Unless I do it by accident, because that guy's seriously fucked up in the head.
Shia LaBeouf has done so much stuff like that. You're just performative. You got a bag over your head. Now you're a tradcath. You're doing it's like, I don't like performative males. I don't like pick-me stuff. If you're crazy, okay, be crazy, but don't be a pick-me performative male where you're like, oh my gosh, here I am tearing up Mardi Gras. It's like a desperate cry for attention.
Muslim Albanians are retarded sent $35. Hey Nick, Catholic Albanian here. You can call us whatever race you want, except Slavs, and I will still love and support you. Also, don't engage with those stupid ones who've been showing up on Twitter lately. God bless you.
Yeah, I mean, these like Slavic Muslim Turks are idiots, okay? And the ASU frame mogger, he goes, well, you're Mexican. It's like, bro, if you weren't white, you would look black, bro. You look like an albino towel head.
What the fuck is he talking about? He's certainly just saying this to be edgy, right? Like, I don't even understand what the point of all of this is.
Your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, they probably come from Turkey. They probably come from Central Asia. He goes, we're not Slavs. So sorry. My mistake. Because that was an insult to Slavs. You're a fucking Turk, dude. You look at this guy, he's like, I'm whiter than him. It's like, yeah, you have fair skin. You look albino. Your ancestors were fucking riders, dude. They were Cossacks. They're fucking Turkmen, bro. And you're Muslim. And you're Muslim. And you bow to a cube. And you bow to a cube. Although,
is he talking about Mecca bowing to a cube or whatever? As if Christians are any less embarrassing.
Those gains, all that looks maxing, isn't that shit haram? Isn't that shit haram anyway, huh?
Dude, he is so cringy. Seriously, Nick Fuentes is the cringiest motherfucker on planet Earth.
Brushing your teeth with a fucking stick, and then you go and kneel for a cube? All hail the magic conch. Get the fuck out of here. I'm Irish. Pat.
No, he's not. His dad was half Mexican and his mom was Italian. Where's the Irish in Nick Fuentes? What are you talking about?
Ow. I'm Irish. We're as white as it gets. I'm Italian. We're Romans. We were Romans. And yeah, I'm Portuguese. Who you think discovered this bitch? Huh? Well, you were towel boys. You were towel boys for the Sultan, bitch. You were a T-boy. You were a little pleasure concubine.
What the fuck is he talking about? He's giving like offensive caricatures that I don't even fucking understand. Like, I'm so goddamn lost right now.
For the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. Meanwhile, we discovered this bitch. Portuguese discovered this shit. Italians, hey, it's in the name. America, where do you think that comes from? You think that's Albanian? You think that's Turkic? I don't think so. So he's talking in Albanian, being Muslim and shit. It's like, brother. You know, here's the difference. Clavicular, pure Irish phenotype. Braden Peters, that's a good American name. New Jersey, that's a real fucking American. Real Irish, real white, real Gaelic. We're Gaelic. That's America. That's white.
Dude, I am so fucking lost right now. Like, what is he talking about?
That's Catholic. You? I don't know, pal. Go find some Ottoman Sultan to pleasure. Get out of here with that. Oh,
He is so two-dimensional with everything that he says and thinks and believes. Like, everybody just boils down to their race, and it doesn't go any deeper than that. It is wild.
I'm whiter. Look at the phenotype. So that's all that matters. If he had a darker skin tone, he would look like Sneeko. He would look like one of Sneeko's homeboys. So anyway, no, but he actually seems like a chill guy. Well, you know what? He seems like a chill guy. His sidekick is a Jew. Why didn't anybody tell me? That's crazy. Dude, the sidekick is a total...
I'm so fucking lost, dude. What is he talking about? And what is his hang-up with Jews? This is so fucking bizarre to watch sometimes.
Jew? Who didn't tell me that? Anyway. No, but I really don't have beef with him. I just said clavicular mogs him. He took it personally. He cortisol spiked and crashed out. He's like, I'm not stupid. I'm smart. I'm not a stupid Turkman. I'm actually really smart. It's like, dude, it's not personal. I was just kidding. He seems chill. I have no enemies. I'm low cortisol. I have no enemies.
You have no enemies? Please.
I'm a wholesome chungus, okay? It's Lent. The Pope told us to be nice. I have no enemies. It's just banter, dude. Relax. Holy cortisol spike. It's just banter. But Clav does mog. Number
Pepper
one.
Jack, she sent $75. Great work tonight, nigga.
Thank you.
David Joe 101 sent $20. Remember in Breaking Bad when Walter White threatened to kill his wife over the phone because she was being investigated and it made her look innocent? That was a good scene. Unrelated. Pray for Lex.
I just liked it because he called her a bitch.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He would do absolutely anything to be edgy, and it's honestly embarrassing.
I know the whole theory that he was trying to, like, exonerate her. I choose the interpretation that he just meant it. Like, that had to feel so good.
But that was very obviously not the point of the episode or the thing or whatever. Did he not understand the scene?
You know everybody was waiting for that. You have always been a bitch. It's like, dude, so true. I can't wait to use that one. I can't wait to call my wife and call her a bitch.
Well, you're going to get married, Nick? Is it going to be a chick? Because as far as I can tell, Nick is, like, not straight at all.
And then when I get home, I'm like, wait, the cops weren't there? Oh, I didn't mean any of that. I was just trying to help you. That's got to be my new go-to. Whenever I need to piss somebody off, you know.
But that's like not funny at all. I don't understand the point.
I call up my interns. You always were a fucking bitch. And then they pull up and it's like, oh, I don't know. I thought you gave the distress signal. I thought the cops were there.
That's not funny. Like, it's not offensive. It's just not funny.
I didn't mean that at all. I was just kidding. I was trying to help,
David Joe
actually.
101 sent $20. As Mungold video today, my Iranian viewer sent me this. At 2655 says Americans should be in the street supporting Iran. I told you how he edited out your expose of Tucker and Dad. Best litmus test.
I like Asmongold. What's with the division? Why are you trying to divide us?
Joe T86 sent $200. I used to be friends with John Doyle in middle school to early high school. Now it's hilarious watching you go after him. You're the true stress test of who's legit and who doesn't have it. Take care.
Really? You knew the big Doyle head? Thank you for the big super chat, John Dorkel. Yeah. He's funny. He's a funny little guy. But I appreciate the big super chat. Yeah, I mean, he's just like, again, he's a Shabbos goy.
Yo, so he's going to use, like, he's going to go after Jews again, of course.
Yo, John, are we really doing another MLK video? I heard a Jew needs his lights turned on. I heard a Second City bureaucrat needs someone to turn his lights on and off. Can you get on that? Thanks.
Dude, Nick Fuentes is so fucking obsessed with Jews.
But, you know, he had such promise, but then he wanted to cuck out.
Josh Allen 1 sent $20. Thoughts on San Francisco? Surprised you haven't been here yet.
You know, I was there very briefly. I was there for just a very quick meeting recently. That's going to sound like, okay, I do it to myself. Not with Peter Thiel.
Okay, I wasn't thinking Peter Thiel before, but now I kind of am.
With somebody. Other people live in San Francisco, okay? I went out there last year, and I was literally in and out.
Should I be reading into that statement?
Pause. I was literally in and out of the city for a meeting.
Okay, look, he said pause again. He said this earlier in this episode. Why does he keep saying pause? I don't understand. Is there something here? Is he reading from a teleprompter or something? Like, what's going on? Is he using AI to generate this or something?
And it wasn't with any tech people, okay? But yeah, I just went there. I didn't see anything. Didn't see any of the city, anything like that. So I functionally have not been there.
Nick Fuentes sent $20. Well, I think we should send more foreign aid to our greatest ally, Puerto Rico.
You know, it's funny you say that. I was so into the Bad Bunny thing, and then it dawned on me, wait, he's Puerto Rican, bro. Mexicans hate Puerto Ricans.
Okay.
So everybody was like, oh, you only like that because you're Hispanic. It's like, I'm Mexican. Mexicans hate Puerto Ricans. In Humboldt Park, it's war. It's war.
And you think that's good? You feed into that or something?
So I like Bad Bunny in spite of the fact that he's Puerto Rican.
Wizard Boy sent
Actually.
$20. Hey Nick, I'm a 20-year male nursing student hoping to become a CRNA, just below anesthesiologist. I've been watching your show since early December, and thanks to you, I've woken up to the sickening scam that is Trump/the Republican Party.
Jesus Christ, this dude is an anesthesiologist. Please don't tell me that. I won't be able to get, like, you know, a surgery in the near future.
My entire understanding of politics and the world has changed. You're the
Great.
man. AF.
Love to hear it.
Rusty
Thank
Screw
you.
sent $20. Do you love Candace more or less now that Alex Jones revealed her as Big Mike Jr.?
Very funny.
G36
Very
sent
good.
$30. To the
I don't understand what the fuck they're talking about.
guy who keeps talking about ultrasound, piss off. Without it, my son's heart condition would have never been found and it would have killed him. Thank you, Nick, and God bless
There
you.
you go. Get an ultrasound.
Big Nick Ballsack sent
W.
$20. I'm 35, an MD for a PE firm in the South, and in charge of hiring for a group. I only hire white what I believe to be grow-hypers. You don't give yourself enough credit. This Jewish critical movement doesn't happen without you.
True.
Holy shit, dude. So this guy is saying that he only hires white people? He works for a PE firm? I don't know what that is in the South. And in charge of hiring for our group, I only hire white groypers. This is like a clear example of violating people's rights, isn't it? This is why we need things like DEI to make sure shit like this does not happen. That is specifically, explicitly what DEI is intended for, to prevent that shit right there. That is fucking insane.
My boys,
And to have the balls to come out and say some shit like that. What the fuck?
wife, and my 64 years/O dad don't miss an episode. See you in FL or O this fall.
Love it. Yay. Maybe in Ohio. Maybe we'll be in Ohio. You never know. If you see me out in Ohio,
Oh, is it private equity? Is that what that means?
say hi. And if you see me in Florida, I'm a talkative guy. Okay. Let me tell you, I'll tell you that for free. If you see me in Ohio, say hi.
I feel like Nick Fuentes' fans are out of their fucking gourds, like completely insane. And I would not trust a meetup if I were Nick Fuentes with anybody ever, because they're so nuts.
If you see me in Miami, I'm a talkative guy. No, but I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, look, the movement is you guys. Me, I'm a freak. I am, it is what it is. I'm a shut-in. I'm a hermit.
Hey, he's a freak. At least he's acknowledging that, right?
I don't leave the house. Everyone hates me. Okay. The movement is you guys. Honest, this is a moment of humility. Everybody says, you're the movement. And look, I am the sovereign of the movement, clearly. I'm the brain of the movement. I'm the soul of the movement. I am the leader. I am dear leader.
My God, dude. He's so cringy.
And that's on him.
What's up? Alpha Force Zero in the house.
Hi, chat. How are you guys? I don't have therapy until 4 today.
Hooray.
Yeah, so I can stand here for a minute and actually talk, and I don't have to rush right out of the house.
Give me a second. Anyway, tell me what you think about Nick Fuentes. He's absolutely insane and embarrassing. I don't know how he lives with himself. All right, there you go. You can talk now.
You should go
down.
something.
What?
I was literally going over here.
Okay. I don't like dead silence. And it's
I was-
totally silent.
Guys, I was actively walking over here when he said that. I was on my way. I actually can't read anything of what you guys are saying because I'm not next to the thing. That only helps a little bit. I don't have my glasses on. That's the issue. Let me scoot a little closer. Oh, he zoomed in a lot. Thank you. Guys, I'm pretty good. I just had a test in my AP Psych class. Okay, that one didn't need to be zoomed in that much, but I got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just had a test in my AP Psych class, and I think I did really, really well on it. It was about memory and I don't know, it was about memory, and one of the questions on it was also about who was the first female to get a PhD in psychology. And after the test, I looked up the answer, and I got the answer right.
Yay, who was it?
Margaret, I don't know how to pronounce her last name.
Sanger?
No. Starts with a W. But yeah, so I got that question right. Is the chat
Twitch? YouTube?
Yeah, but is the chat live? Because it
Yeah.
has the little bar there.
It's live?
I just didn't know if I didn't know if it had scrolled
Yes,
or
it's
not.
live.
Okay. AP Psych didn't have Psych in high school. Should have, but didn't. We didn't have Psych at my old high school either. We have it here. I'm very happy. He's pinching me. But yeah, and I learned about proactive what's it called? Proactive something and retrograde something or retroactive something.
Amnesia?
No, we did learn about retrograde amnesia. Retroactive, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so we learned about a lot of stuff, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy with everything that we learned because I did really well. Yes, Washburn. Margaret,
Washburn?
yeah, Margaret Floy Washburn.
Interesting.
And I got that question right, even though we didn't study it this unit. We studied it in the very, very, very beginning of the year. I remembered.
Okay.
because I have recall because it was in my long-term memory. Guys, I'm applying my concepts to real life.
Yeah.
I actually have started applying the concepts that we learned to real life, which makes me really happy. I don't know who in chat knows this, but I am going to college for psychology and more specifically psychiatry in the long run. But yeah, I'm very, very excited, very happy.
That is super cool.
Forget psych, they need to start teaching statistics in high school. They do teach statistics in high school here. They have an AP stats class. They have a regular stats class. Any William James? Yes, he was one of the questions. He was, God, I can't remember which question it was, like what the question was, but yes, he was in one of the questions. There's also a question, it was the same with, who was the first female to get her PhD? And two of the answer choices were men. So, that helped narrow it down a little bit for me. One of the answer choices was Freud, one of them was Piaget, and then her and one other female. So, narrowed it down a little bit. We learned about, the idea of, infants and, more specifically, monkeys, because we tested it on monkeys. The idea of them running to a physically comforting object, when they don't have their mother, rather than...
Are you talking about the wire mom?
Yes.
Oh, that's super sad.
Rather than just a food source. So we talked about that a while ago. And then there's a monkey called Punch who recently got... Here, I'll stand up.
I'm moving so you can sit.
I'm
Ooh, a
teaching
free
them.
phone.
Hey, that's my phone. Hey. He took my phone. He just stole my phone. Thank you. So there's a monkey called Punch who got abandoned by his mother. And he has a stuffed animal that was helping him. Yeah, he has a stuffed animal that he runs to every single time his little monkey people bully him. And I remember when I first saw that, I was able to identify the concept and recognize it. And my first thought was, oh, the reason he's running to this stuffed animal rather than someone who feeds him or something else is because he's seeking out something comforting, physically comforting, rather than getting attached to a rock or something, whatever. Yes, it is a stuffed orangutan. Are you planning to become a therapist or something, AFC? I am not. I'm going to be hopefully I'm going to be a forensic psychiatrist. Don't come back. You just gave me this seat. I just sat down.
Okay, well, you can have another minute or two.
Yeah.
But then I'm going to come in and
Shoo.
sit down.
But yeah, so love the design on the sweater. Looks nice. Yes, it is a little alien with skeletons. I got it in 2022. But yeah, I'm gonna be a forensic psychiatrist, which takes 13 years of school, of college, 13 years of college. And what age do human children usually move away from comfort objects? I don't remember having any. Not actually sure. I don't remember. We did talk about this, but his mic stand is just fully broken. It did just come off of this. Yeah, I don't actually remember. We did talk about it. And I also know that it depends on the person. It's just there's a general, and I don't remember the general. And we talked about stages of development and stuff. And we talked about there are fears that literally every single human is born with. There are fears that every single every single part of a species is born with. For example, you can have My teacher had a puppy who had never encountered a snake before in his entire life. He saw a snake, freaked out. And it's the same for humans. So I think that that's really interesting that we have like fears just instilled in us because of evolution. Because, people who are like automatically scared of snakes or heights are going to survive longer. And so eventually it's going to be in our DNA to be scared of snakes and heights. Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I love psychology so much, and I finished all of my homework for psychology too. I had a math test today too, guys, but I think I did okay on that as well. Have you seen those videos of cats reacting to snake-like objects? I have. I love them so much. Cats reacting to cucumbers. I see a snake, I hug and kiss it. I also like snakes. I'm okay with spiders as long as they're not just like I'm okay with a pet spider. If someone has a pet spider, like a pet tarantula, I'm gonna love it. I'll love it to death. I'm okay with like snakes outside or like actual pets. Like I don't care. I love snakes. And I'm not scared of heights at all. So I don't know. But most commonly people are innately scared of those things unless something otherwise. Are all exams in America multiple choice? No. They are not. This exam was multiple choice, which is it was all multiple choice of 50 questions total. The only reason he did it like that is because we had a short week last week, and then this week we had a snow day, so he didn't get to teach us all of the content. And the only reason that it was all multiple choice instead of having an essay portion like it usually does, is because we're doing an essay very soon. My dad's game is turning off. We're doing an essay very soon for a practice for our AP test. The AP test, if you guys don't know, includes, I don't remember how many multiple choice, but it has a lot of a very large multiple choice section. Then it has at least for my history ones, I don't remember what it is specifically for AP Psych. There's a case study that you have to read for AP Psych. I don't know. But for my history ones, it's large multiple choice section and then 3 short answer questions. Each short answer question should be about 3 sentences long, so 9 sentences. And then a document-based question, which is an entire essay, and then LEQ long essay question, which again is another essay. So 2 essays, and then 9 sentences, and then however many multiple choice. Sorry, I'm just reading through chat here. My mother is absurdly afraid of snakes. I don't know. I really like snakes for some reason. My family is also afraid of snakes. I'm afraid of heights because of trauma. My brother tried to push me off the CN tower and told me the glass for walking was gone. Yeah, that's gonna mess with someone. We also talked about repression, and we talked about how the original theory was that people repress traumatic events, when in reality you don't repress traumatic events. If anything, you remember them a lot better. A lot of people's very first memory that they can think of is something where they were experiencing some very strong emotion. So it's usually strong sadness, anger, or fear, or stress. And I thought that was very interesting. He had us go around in a circle, but like I said, repression, you don't repress traumatic memories. But he had us go around in a circle, and everyone shared their first memory before he told us that. My first memory, I think, would have been 2. I have a few memories that I can't remember exactly how old I was. My very first memory, I think, was me walking upstairs to see my dad's father, who we lived in his basement for a while, because it was like a 2-story house, but the basement was like a full house. We lived in the basement for a while, and I remember I was around 2. I ran upstairs. He had a little tiny dog named Edison, probably like this big, like tiny thing, but I was short. And Edison would run at me and bark at me, and I remember being terrified of him. Dad's back. All right, bye guys.
I'm going to get out of here. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been fun. I will talk to you guys on Sunday, all right? All right. Later, everybody.